Hey guys, tonight we drift down a dusty coastal road in ancient Greece, where the sky is the color of bruised figs, and the sea keeps gossip better than people do. A sleepy village waits at the end of the path, and, full disclosure, it's one of those places where everyone smiles with all their teeth while hiding a spectacular argument behind them. You step into that smile. It's fine, you've survived worse. Maybe. The plan is simple. Listen more than talk, keep your sandals tied, and remember that small towns have long memories and even longer dinner tables. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, drop a comment with your city and the exact time where you are. Let's see who's getting cozy with us at this hour. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Moonlight glazes the road as a donkey cart creaks past, the wheel whining like a flute that refuses to be tuned. Dust lifts in little clouds and catches silver before settling along your hem. A cluster of cypresses lines the last bend, their tips pricking the sky as if offering it to Apollo like a tray. The village appears with the modesty of places that don't need to announce themselves. Whitewashed walls, terracotta roofs, the broad back of a hill holding everything in its lap. A dog blinks from a doorstep and decides you are harmless, which should keep you safe for a solid 6 minutes. Lanterns begin to bite into the dusk, small suns blooming along alleys, and the smell of thyme, olives, and hearth smoke knots into a promise that someone somewhere is frying onions for absolutely heroic reasons. Salt rides the breeze from the harbor and brings with it chatter, but the chatter is oddly braided. A fisherman jokes, a vendor haggles, a child asks for a fig, and underneath it all, a thin wire hum hangs tight between houses. That wire is the argument. It thrums when neighbors pass. It quiets when anyone looks too closely. A woman with flour on her hands greets you and then glances over your shoulder as if expecting the wind to answer her back. When your eyes meet hers, the wire gives a nervous little tremor, then stills. The waves thump the stones with the rhythm of a heart trying to keep good manners. Between the olive trees at the village edge, cicadas file complaints about the heat. You follow a worn track and catch your first look at the central square, a neat, open mouth of space that loves to swallow footsteps. This is the agora, the everyday marketplace and argument place of Greek life, the room without a roof where fish meets philosophy. Stalls are closing for the evening, traders counting coins in those quick, secretive clinks that suggest they're in deep negotiations with themselves. Two elders occupy a bench like bookends that lost their books a long time ago. When you ask if there's an inn, they answer warmly, then smuggle the question into a conversation about weather, goats, and how things are usually peaceful here. Usually is doing heavy lifting. Across from the fountain, a modest stone stands at hip height, squat and purposeful, as unimpressed by drama as a loaf of yesterday's bread. The column bears a carved word, horos. That's a boundary marker, the kind used across the Greek world to declare what belongs to whom, sometimes to divide public from private, sometimes to outline sacred space. More than a bit of real estate jargon carved into limestone, it's a pointing finger that can make friends out of neighbors or the opposite. It looks as if it has always been exactly where it is, and yet something in the dust lines around its base hints that the stone has enjoyed recent exercise. No one seems to notice the hint. No one mentions the stone at all. Under a vine-framed veranda, the innkeeper waves you over with the gusto of someone who knows hospitality. Xenia isn't just kindness. It's law with a smile. In the Greek world, a traveler isn't a burden. A traveler is a test of the gods' patience with mortals. Bread appears, olives appear, a small dish of cheese appears, and water in a clay cup arrives with the solemnity of a treaty. Questions follow, light as grape leaves. Where from? Where to? What business? You answer politely, and the innkeeper nods while cataloging your sandals, your face, and the way you avoid stepping on the sleeping cat that clearly own this establishment. His nod says your manners pass muster. His eyes say, "Do not step on the next cat either." Beyond the veranda, laughter pops from a lane, and then abruptly deflates. The pause lasts as long as a swallowed thought. A pair of men carry amphory with the careful ease of people who have rehearsed this walk since childhood. Their conversation lowers, slips into the quiet register reserved for gods, taxes, and the names of stubborn neighbors. One of them glances at the fountain. The other glances at the boundary stone. Both glance at you as if you are a pebble fresh in a sandal. You raise your cup in a harmless salute and return to your bread, practicing the art of looking like an excellent listener with no plans whatsoever. Somewhere in the mind's pocket a different sound pings. One you haven't actually heard tonight. A lyre string humming itself into existence. Apollo's instrument travels with the story of every Greek town, as portable as rumor and as durable as a proverb. The myth goes that Hermes, mischievous and newborn, stole Apollo's cattle and then invented the lyre from a tortoise-shell to sweet-talk his way out of divine consequences. The brothers settled the matter with gifts and music, as families sometimes do when apologies feel too awkward to say plain. The lyre became Apollo's, the god who makes order visible with sunlight and audible with scale. Scholars have traced the instrument's shapes and tunings across centuries, but pinning down how a village like this would have tuned it on a given summer evening is tricky. Historians are still debating this question. Tonight the square blows a gentle warmth up your sleeves while you circle the fountain. Water bubbles in a narrow tongue and spills into a basin chipped by years of careful fetching. This is not just a pretty feature. It's a shared lifeline. Springs in rocky country are temperamental friends, and their custody attracts more commentary than a wedding. Greek communities often recorded rules about access, sometimes etched into stone, sometimes kept in the slow, reliable ink of collective memory. Courts even used water clocks, the clever clepsydra, to time speeches because nothing motivates brevity like watching your argument actually run out. A boy tries to balance a jug on his head, fails, and laughs so hard he forgets to be embarrassed. Elsewhere the harbor hums with late nets, men mending by touch more than sight. They talk in a rhythm older than money, an exchange of favors, fishtails, and who owes who lunch. One gestures toward the hillside and the spring, then to the boundary stone. His friend speaks a name you've already heard twice, never with just one adjective. The gist is simple. Two extended families claim the right to draw at dawn. A new stand of olive trees taps the same vein of water. Someone says the roots are choking the spring. Someone else says the spring is only sulking because the winter was mild. The argument is not about water, not really. It's about memories that keep moving the goalposts every time the harvest changes. Perhaps a cat chooses that exact moment to thread itself between your ankles like a needle making you into fabric. It rubs its face against your shin, offering the sincere compliment of indifference to human politics. You reward this excellence with a crumb of cheese and receive in return a condescending glance that translates as, "You may continue." When you straighten, the baker across the lane offers a loaf as a welcome. She mentions, in the tone people use when they are not mentioning something, that the village usually eats together by the shore when the moon fattens toward full. This month the tables are shorter and the salt tastes like a pinion. She laughs a little too brightly, then hands you the bread before you can decline. Past the square a small shrine sits on a terrace with the casual grandeur of a stone that knows its job. A laurel branch rests beside a short, well-worn step. A tiny, sun-bleached wooden lyre hangs on a peg as humble as a coat hook. The god space is tidy, the offerings modest. A clay bird, a bit of wool, a coin that prefers shine to spend. Apollo here is not the faraway archer of epic songs but a watchman of fields and rhythms, a patron of order clear enough to drink. Whether small coastal communities always kept a dedicated Apollo shrine separate from larger rural sanctuaries is a matter of local practice. Historians are still debating this question, but the laurel scent is unmistakable. You bow your head, not with fear, but with the respect you reserve for principles that keep markets fair and springs shared. Gently the inn's common room swallows you with lamp glow and chatter. A low table bears figs collapsing under their own sweetness. In one corner, a shepherd coaxes a melody from a reed pipe that seems determined to be a kettle instead. He grins at his own squeak and tries again until the note lands like a small, happy bird on a window ledge. Guests speak in that comforting half-volume that says the day has been wrestled into a story they can tell before sleep. Someone asks if you're a singer. You shrug and say you know a lullaby or two. Someone else asks if you're a judge. You laugh because judges wear more complicated sandals than yours. The innkeeper brings a bowl of lentils and places it down the way a priest places a blessing. Carefully, confidently, as if accidents decline invitations. Another dish arrives, and conversation flows into you like warm tea. People talk about boats, goats, dowries, and a cousin who can fix anything except his own temper. The innkeeper's wife mentions a festival coming soon. A small procession to thank the season for not being worse. Torches, simple hymns, the community moving as one body across its own streets. Festivals smooth the edges of a year and make neighborhoods behave like families, at least until the torch ash is swept away. You ask whether the hymn is old. She smiles. Songs in places like this are not old. They are currently happening. One verse may be a generation younger than the next, and only the last note knows why. Later, the innkeeper returns with a map that is not a map. It's a vines and landmark sketch in charcoal on a shard of pottery, the kind of impromptu diagram that turns a table into a council. He taps the little square for the fountain, the line for the spring, a scatter of dots for the olive trees that got their start last year with a great deal of optimism and neighborly side-eye. He doesn't say dispute. He says discussion, a word that asks you to notice the difference between thunder and the air that holds it. He traces the path water takes after a winter rain, down from the hill, along a buried seam in the rock, toward the point where the spring is cupped like a palm. You imitate the motion and feel, absurdly, as if you are learning the dance steps to a very serious song. Meanwhile, a platter of flatbread travels the room like a messenger who knows every address. The shepherd with the pipe nods toward your hands and says, half teasing, that anyone who traces springs on a table should be able to pluck a string without scaring away the bread. He mentions the modes, those musical flavors the Greeks love to debate. Dorian for sturdy character, Phrygian for passion, Lydian for lightness. You answer that your singing voice closer to donkey cart in need of oil than Dorian majesty. And the table laughs kindly. The shepherd shrugs. Music behaves when you ask it to tell the truth. The remark lands with more weight than he intended. Truth in this village is busy taking sides. Finally, the inn quiets a notch, the way a sea tucks in after a boat passes. You wander out again, drawn by the low curve of the shore. Moonlight lays a road across the water, and the small waves practice bowing to the breakwater. Out on the stone edge of the harbor, two fishermen sort their lines. They nod and ask whether you found a bed. You say yes. They ask whether you found the argument. You say you noticed the wire in the air. You didn't tug it. They exchange a look that belongs to people who know exactly how tight the wire runs. One says the spring is a mouth that is tired of being asked to feed two families' pride. The other says trees are like teenagers. Give them a little water and they decide the universe owes them patience. You offer a neutral grunt, the diplomatic sound of someone determined not to be promoted to mediator. Winding back toward the square, you pass a row of storage jars half sunk in the earth. Their bellies cool, their mouths sealed with wax and a little terracotta cap. Big pit hoy like these keep grain dry and oil patient. A helpful elder explains that when the sun is angry, the ground is reasonable, so you bury your jars up to the shoulder and let the morning have the sweat. An odd little fact slides into the conversation. A century ago, someone tried to store fish sauce. Yes, the Greek kind, garos, in a jar meant for oil, and learned the hard way that some flavors don't pay rent. They squat. The joke is old. The laughter feels new. The elder then grows thoughtful and says that boundary stones don't move by themselves. but friends sometimes move them and expect the gods to be too busy to notice. Quiet collects on the colonnade outside the council house, a modest building with a lintel that keeps the night out of important words. You linger beneath it, reading the shallow grooves left by years of hands. Decisions hang here, invisible but heavy. You think of the water clock, the spring, the Horo's stone, and the way everyone has been careful around them as though tiptoeing past a sleeping idea. Law in such places is a living thing, a braid of custom, written rules, and the willingness to look your neighbor in the eye tomorrow. The most mainstream fact in your pocket is this: Greek city-states, whether grand or humble, run on assemblies and councils, on speech made in public where everyone can pretend not to listen and then recite every word later. The most local fact is that this council house also smells delightfully of bread because someone's oven shares a wall. Stars climb onto their appointed hooks over the ridge. Crickets turn the ditch into a string section. Steps take you back to the shrine where the tiny lyre hangs like a promise too shy to introduce itself. On the step you leave a quiet thought for the god who loves measures and music. Keep this village in tune long enough for morning to arrive. The thought is simple, but it holds the outline of a plan you're not ready to admit, even to yourself. Music, properly invited, might sit on top of the argument like a bird on a fence. Light enough not to break anything, present enough to make both yards feel like one. You pull your listening in close, like a cloak, and the night accepts the gesture. Straight ahead the square is emptying, but not empty. Sound lingers in it the way heat does, fading with opinions still baked into the stones. The fountain offers a final silver laugh, and in that laugh the wire hum eases for a breath, then tightens again. A young girl skips the last of her energy into the shadows, counting in a game that sounds suspiciously like a prayer. She waves without stopping to stare, because hospitality teaches children to treat strangers as future relatives. You wave back and realize that the village has already placed you somewhere on its shelves. Not judge, not singer, not rival, not kin listener. That's useful. Listeners are invited into rooms where words need to hear themselves. Tomorrow arrives as a rumor before it shows as light, but you feel it testing the edges of sleep as the in-shutters breathe. A rooster clears its throat. The cypress row on the hill becomes a darker darkness against the sky. Somewhere a jug knocks wood and a soft curse salutes the dawn with complete sincerity and no offense to the gods whatsoever. A woman hums a line that could be one note from a hymn or the beginning of the melody the shepherd promised to teach you. The village is not quiet. It is rehearsing. And while you don't own a lyre, you own the shape of an idea, and ideas are instruments when they choose to be. You are not a judge, not a priest, not a councilman. You are the person who will stand where voices can meet and make a path from one to another without anyone losing their shoes. Morning slides into the square like a soft-footed cat, curling itself around baskets and benches before anyone agrees to call it day. Vendors lift reed mats, shake out yesterday's dust, and test the sky with practiced squints that measure commerce as much as weather. Faint chalk marks on stall posts show prices that nobody intends to honor. Those numbers are suggestions the way the sea is a suggestion of salt. A cowbell clinks as a cart delivers pottery, bowls nested like sleeping birds, and the first true chorus of the agora begins. Clatter, laughter, and the clean ring of a bronze weight hitting a scale. Stalls bloom into color faster than flowers after rain. Piles of olives shine like patient planets. Greens sit crisp as folded letters, and figs, those little purple moons, promise sweetness so persuasive it should come with a waver. A money changer unrolls a strip of linen and sets out his weights. Tiny ducks and lions in metal, adorable until you learn they can end friendships. Calendars here are practical, marked by festivals and fishing runs, but the market keeps another clock that is set by appetite and argument. Every conversation has a price and a proverb, and both can be haggled. Figs call your name the way only fruit can, with the confident whisper of someone who knows you're weak. A vendor in a saffron-dyed tunic, confidence color, lifts one, breaks it open, and tilts the pail, seedy heart toward the light. First pick from the eastern terrace, she boasts, and the air leans forward to confirm. A small detail bubbles up. Athenians once protected certain olive trees as sacred to Athena, and while this is not Athens, reverence for trees travels well. It rides in the habits of planters and in the rumors of fines. Whether rural villages enforce tree protections with formal penalties or with frowned-upon silence varies by place. Historians are still debating this question. Barter warms your hands the way a clay cup warms your fingers. From the inside out, coins are around, drachmas and obols with owls, dolphins, or a local symbol only locals can love. But trade also moves by exchange of favors and staples. The fig seller offers 2 handfuls for a story, which seems both flattering and risky, since stories breed sequels. You promise a new tune instead, explaining that music is just a story that decided to become air. She laughs and adds an extra fig for the line. To be clear, she is paying for the bravado, not the melody. Prices slip up and down like small fish in a shallow tide pool. One neighbor claims the olives taste of laurel. Another says the water is slower this month and everything tastes like waiting. As the bargaining spirals with grace and mild theatrics, a quieter thread stitches the edges. The spring again, mentioned in careful italics, and the Horos stone, mentioned not at all but pointed at with nostrils. Your basket fills, your ears do the same. You notice that when the word roots is spoken, olive roots to be precise, cheeks tighten, and when rights is mentioned, water rights if anyone wants to be honest. Mouths become straight lines drawn by tired rulers. Grapevines of rumor wind around the columns like they paid rent. A group of teenagers practices the eye roll, a classical form invented early and perfected by 18. One mutters that the boundary stone took a stroll last week, which is a feat for anything that weighs more than a donkey's opinion. Another swears his uncle saw dawn light on the stone at a suspicious angle, something like a shift the way dreams shift when anyone asks them to explain themselves. Everyone laughs, but the laugh keeps one foot out the door. Aroma from the baker's corner performs a civic duty by convincing the square that the world is basically kind. Flatbread stacked like warm shields, sesame seeds clinging on with the passion of fans at the edge of a stadium. The baker's apprentice sprinkles thyme and hums a melody so contagious it causes 3 buyers to accidentally sway as if tides had manners. When you point out the tune, she shrugs and says bread rises better when someone sings to it, which may not be in any official manual but should be. Another customer chimes in with a curious detail. Judges at some city courts used water clocks to time speeches, and people really did watch their arguments drain away. The square finds this so respectable that 5 conversations end on time out of sheer admiration. Old men at a corner bench supervise the mourning with the gravitas of minor deities on break. Their game pieces click against a board. Each knock a syllable in a language best translated as, "I told you." One points his chin toward the hillside where the spring lives and explains that last year's olive saplings don't yet know manners. Roots, he says, are like children. They explore first, ask permission later. The neighbor counters with the sacred math of rainfall. Winter was stingy, so water is shy. Each theory straightens its spine and tries to look official. The board game continues to prove that winning is a cousin to storytelling. Between a pottery stall and a stack of woven baskets, a small shrine to Hermes leans against an unbothered wall. A traveler ties a scrap of ribbon to it, a request for luck that is modest enough to be dignified. The stall-keeper jokes that if Hermes had a kiosk, he would sell returned goods and the receipts would all be poems. You grin and think of Hermes' famous newborn career as cattle thief and lyre inventor, the divine toddler who taught apologies to sing. The idea slides quietly into the pocket where you keep impossible helpful plans. Across the way, a fishmonger lays out silver-scaled promises on wet reeds. He names each species like a prayer, then quotes prices like a plot twist. Fresh from the shoals, he claims, and a grandmother sniffs once, discerning not just freshness but the exact sunrise hour of the catch, the phase of the moon, and which cousin needs to apologize. She winks at you and demands a discount on behalf of truth. The fishmonger responds by throwing in a handful of tiny anchovies, the market equivalent of saying, "Let's start over." In all this, the hum returns, the wire in the air tightening as someone mentions that two families have posted cousins at the spring each dawn like roosters with paperwork. Under a striped awning, a scribe smooths a scrap of papyrus and sharpens a reed pen with theatrical care. He offers to write names or short notes for those who prefer their words preened, and his script is as neat as a row of soldiers deciding to be dancers. He explains how some places record agreements on wooden tablets coated with wax, erasable law that recognizes mistakes happen and that new evidence sometimes brings new friends. Whether villages like this adopted wax tablets or stuck to spoken pacts and stone markers depends on trade and habit. Historians are still debating this question. The scribe smiles at the debate as if it's an old friend with good wine and worse timing. Beyond the stalls, a patch of shade corrals a conversation that looks accidental but clearly isn't. Women with baskets stand shoulder to shoulder, the way people do when ideas need allies. The tallest raises two fingers, not to silence but to set rhythm, and they speak in turns about how the spring slows near noon now, and how drawing earlier means waking children earlier, and how nothing feels like just water when you have to carry it. A smaller voice mentions that roots stretch faster when nights are warm. A third insists that last year's boundary line felt honest, and this year's feels like a story nobody told them. The shade holds their words the way a cup holds tea, and you stand far enough away to hear without changing the taste. Meanwhile, a spice seller fans cardamom pods with the devotion of a beekeeper. He lines up tiny heaps, cumin, coriander, toasted sesame, and acts like smell is a democratic right, which in a market it basically is. He mentions, entirely uninvited, that the word sycophant supposedly comes from fig shower in Attic Greek, a term for people who informed on illegal fig exports. His opinion is firm that such people should have been made to peel garlic for a year. The etymology's exact path is a scholarly tangle even now. Historians are still debating this question, but the market enjoys the story and decides to forgive the grammar. Beside the fountain, children form a clapping circle that counts 1, 2, 3, draw, while pretending to be their mothers at the spring. Their performance includes a dramatic sigh at the part where someone says, "Not your turn," and an equally dramatic shrug at the part where someone replies, "The stone moved." The exaggerations are affectionate. Comedy is how villages knit stress into something wearable. When the game ends, they storm the fountain with wooden cups that leak more than they hold, shrieking in triumph as the splash baptizes their ankles with temporary joy. Near the money changer's bench, a discussion about measures swells into a polite thundercloud. The set of bronze weights in the shape of a sleepy owl attracts comments about fairness, and a farmer asserts that his olives fill a standard amphora because amphorae are made by gods on lunch break and therefore perfect. A potter counters that amphorae are made by hands and will bulge if the maker daydreams about poetry, which he encourages in principle but not in capacity calculations. This is the part of Greek daily life textbooks love to underline. Weights and measures matter so much that cities standardize them to keep neighborly love alive. A boy volunteers the eye-widening tidbit that some markets once punished cheaters by publicly swapping their hats for something ridiculous, which is either legend or a genius policy we should bring back. Inside the barber's stall, a man gets a shave while delivering a public service announcement on the topic of how it used to be. He swears the spring ran stronger when people spoke softer, which earns nods because the statement is unfalsifiable and poetic. The barber guides his razor with the focus of someone carving a temporary statue from foam and patience. He says the Horo stone is like a stubborn mule. It stays put until the one night you leave oats where you shouldn't. Everyone laughs again, the way people do when the joke fits too well for comfort. Further along, a cloth merchant unfurls bolts dyed with plant patience. Madder reds, woad blues, onion skin gold. She tells you that certain colors catch dust less, a theory that sounds like marketing but is delivered with such conviction that the cloth itself blushes. She adds, almost as an afterthought, that she saw tracks near the boundary stone 2 mornings ago, small prints like sandals trying to look innocent. A neighbor mutters that the wind makes prints. She tilts her head, letting silence consider the proposal. The wind is not summoned to testify. By the north edge, a donkey led by a boy in a too-big tunic eyes a basket of figs as if composing a sonnet. The boy keeps the lead short and negotiates with the animal in whispers, promising everlasting happiness for 2 more steps. The donkey accepts the contract with revisions. You trade a fig for a story, the boy's version of the boundary drama, and he tells it with the authority of someone who wakes early enough to see mischief stretch. According to him, one family drew water before dawn because birds sang, and the other family arrived at dawn because the sun said so. When asked who moved the stone, he blinks with the serenity of a philosopher and says, "Stones move when grown-ups speak too loudly." Later, the innkeeper's wife finds you near a stall that sells copper pins, small lightning bolts meant to hold capes and opinions together. She presses a slice of pear into your hand and whispers that the elders intend to air the matter in the square at sundown in the old style. No scribes, no scales, only testimony and memory. "It will be civil," she says, confidence doing its best impressions. Mostly, the word hovers like a kite with a nervous string. She admits that both families have excellent reasons and excellent tempers, which is how excellent pots get broken. Toward midday, the sun polishes every roof tile to a smug shine, and shade is traded like an heirloom. A musician with a battered reed pipe plays a few notes in Dorian mode, sturdy as a well-made ladder. He explains the flavors of modes to a cluster of curious faces. Phrygian for fervor, Lydian for light, Mixolydian for the little twist at the end of a smile. You try a fragment of a melody with your voice, keeping it low like a secret you want to be overheard. The small circle nods, not because they agree on your pitch, but because the tune holds enough patience to be trusted around fragile arguments. Past the olive cellar, a thin man with ink-stained fingers offers to carve simple marks on wooden tags to label amphory. Names, dates, the kind of gentle bureaucracy that keeps friendships suiting up for tomorrow. He admits that elsewhere some communities marked mortgages and boundaries with stones inscribed horos, the same word you saw, and that such stones could testify without needing lunch. Whether such markers are always honest is a separate matter. Honesty sleeps well only when people do. He adds a story about a town that sang its rules at festivals so children would memorize them before they learned to hold grudges. Even if unverified, it's a beautiful policy proposal disguised as folklore. Over by the well-traveled path to the hillside, 2 farmers exchange metaphors about roots with the zeal of poets who grew up outdoors. One argues that roots drink but do not steal. Water belongs to the hill and the hill to the people. The other counters that the spring is a guest of the rock and should be treated like all guests, with generosity and boundaries, a pairing that sounds impossible until you are in a kitchen with limited stools. The conversation edges its way to the idea of schedules. Dawn for one, noon for the other, a division that ignores the basic truth that noon feels like a sauna wearing a badge. Behind the fish stall, an old woman sewing a net adds commentary with the brevity of a judge charging a jury. "Who touched the stone?" she asks, expecting no reply. "Who benefits?" she adds, expecting too many. Her hands move with the smooth logic of habit. Knots remember the rhythm even when fingers tire. She says out loud what everyone knows. When water thins, memories thicken. The line earns a moment of stillness, then a collective shrug that means, fair, but we still have to decide something. Finally, the story of the moving stone arrives in the form of a whispered confession without a confessor. A cousin says a traveler saw shadows where they shouldn't be, that a pole might have been used as a lever, that the earth tells its own tale if anyone listens with reasonable boots. You are not here to accuse anybody. You are collecting the shapes of the tale the way a potter collects clay, knowing that form will come later with water and a wheel. Somewhere in all of it, the lyre you don't yet hold clears its imaginary throat. Evening edges back into the square with peach-colored confidence, and the stalls grow smaller as goods become dinners. The air cools just enough to remember manners. The scribe packs his reeds. The money changer counts his owls. The baker hugs tomorrow's dough with a cloth, and children abandon roles to become simply children again. A hush begins to knead the space in front of the council house, and a bench is dragged into a practical shape. The argument is about water rights and about roots and about a boundary stone that, depending on whom you ask, moved itself like a bored goat or was encouraged by someone with energetic convictions. What remains constant is the village's wish not to split into halves that forget how to share a song. Lanterns appear one by one, as if stars practice being useful at ground level. A tray of olives circulates like a peace treaty in a bowl, and someone squeezes lemon as if to baptize the evening against pettiness. A priest of no temple, just a man with a steady voice, offers a few words about neighbors voicing concerns without throwing them, and the crowd registers the suggestion with polite amusement. There is an appetite for fairness tonight, which is the market's favorite appetizer. Quiet settles the way flour does after a good knead, leaving the air soft enough to host decisions. The elders step forward, not to rule but to referee, because rulings live on paper but peace lives in kitchens. A space opens for words to try their legs. You feel the square wait for someone to strike the first note of a conversation that might end well if everyone remembers they still plan to borrow salt from one another tomorrow. A line of your earlier tune returns, not yet sung, just sitting in your mouth like a friendly coin. Sundown lays a copper film across the square, turning footprints into little mirrors that blink at the lanterns as they wake. A circle forms without anyone admitting they're forming it, the honest geometry of people who mean to be fair and are also deeply committed to winning. Elders take the front edge with the careful dignity of amphory someone has decided to carry by the neck. Younger faces hover behind them, already practicing the polite cough that means, "Please skip to the part with solutions." The fountain keeps up its small, optimistic murmur, bravely pretending to be neutral ground despite being Exhibit A. Lanterns climb columns and doorways like tame stars, one by one, until talk glows. Warm faces, cool night. Hot opinions, cold logic. Every pair in balance for exactly 3 breaths at a time. A woman carries a stool to the edge of the circle and sits with a fig in hand, as if the universe will make more sense if she can share it with fruit. A man from the harbor folds his arms in an old knot that was probably invented the first time 2 fishermen argued about whose boat the moon liked better. A teenager kicks a pebble and receives a glare sophisticated enough to qualify as higher education. Elders begin with parable speed, the unhurried cadence that makes listeners think in complete sentences. One points his staff toward the hill and recites the spring's history, as if reading from a ledger the rock itself scribbled. Another enumerates the tree plantings. 3 rows last year, 2 rows this year, the roots doing what roots do, explore, sip, insist. Every claim arrives with a proverb strapped on like a helmet. Water is a guest with a timetable, says one. Trees are children that ask questions at dawn, says another. You keep your shoulders unclenched and your curiosity visible, which is the closest thing to armor you need tonight. Cousins on one side tighten their cloaks when the word schedule gets tossed into the air, watching it spin like a coin nobody wants to catch. On the other side, an aunt whispers to an uncle in the precise tone that means, "If you say what you're thinking, I will personally relocate your sandals." A young man stares at the boundary stone as if eye contact might lure it back to where it allegedly started. Someone mutters that the stone wandered. Someone counters that stones are not goats. Someone else helpfully adds that goats are not particularly loyal to facts. Women who run households bring order into the discussion in the way they bring order into kitchens, quietly, repeatedly, forever. One reminds the circle that water drawn at dawn lets dough rise by mid-morning. Another calculates aloud the extra steps required if the line grows longer and tempers shorter. A grandmother balances her palm above the fountain's lip and says she can feel less push in the flow since the weather turned mild. Her hand reading the water the way fishermen read the sky. Agreement nods ripple out like small tides. Arguments take shape the way shadows do, matching the bodies casting them but stretching farther than the truth intends. Family A claims the spring has always been first come, first draw with courtesy to elders. Family B insists there has always been a dawn rotation, with odd days theirs, even days the others. Witnesses are summoned from the audience of memory. One swears he saw the stone shifted by a hand he will not name. Another swears on an olive branch that the stone never moved except in stories written on sleep. The square tilts slightly under the weight of certainty. Dust hangs in the low light, showing every gesture like smoke does in a playwright's dream. A man tries a laugh to soften the mood and drops it when nobody buys. Two boys in the back manage to start a game of count the arguments, and are promptly conscripted into silence by three separate aunties who deploy the universal eyebrow of order. The fountain's voice thins at the same moment someone raises his voice. Proof that reality occasionally likes to coordinate. Memories get drafted like soldiers. One elder outlines a winter when the spring overflowed into a shallow trench, and both families bailed with buckets while singing the same harvest hymn. Another cites a summer when the spring sulked so hard the village hauled water from a cove and the horizon tasted like chores. The overlapping recollections illustrate a mainstream truth you can feel in the soles of your sandals. Greek communities keep history in mouths as much as in stones. Laws are letters. Customs are melodies. You can hum a rule even when you don't want to read it. Tradition steps onto the stage wearing its formal cloak. A retired councilman explains how disputes here usually unfold. Speak in turn, swear if necessary, settle before the moon decides to go to bed. He gestures toward the council house, where decisions have layered themselves like coats on a peg. The tone is nothing to see here, we do this all the time. But his knuckles keep tapping his staff in threes, a drummer measuring out how patient he can afford to be. The younger crowd performs synchronized eye acrobatics at a volume that, while silent, registers at the molecular level. Laughter arrives late but tries to make itself useful. A fisherman announces that the only true boundary in a seaside village is the one between a net and a rock, and even that moves if you drop it. A child blurts out that the spring probably just wants everyone to share, which is both adorable and actionable. The child's mother squeezes his shoulder in a way that translates as, "Thank you for your service. Please stop volunteering." Jokes tonight behave like little boats. Some float, some tilt, all of them reminding everyone there's a horizon to aim for. Custom presents its receipts. A widow speaks of drawing water at dawn for 30 years without quarrel. Because we had more babies than opinions back then. A man counters that the valley was wetter and the olive groves lazier before the terracing. An argument about terraces moves swiftly toward an argument about rainfall records, which is a scenic bypass no one actually wants. Someone quotes a line about Solon and fair measures, mainstream knowledge even far from Athens, and receives nods as if wisdom is contagious. Benchmarks of fairness creep into the conversation, one at a time. A carpenter proposes marking a shared scale by the fountain. How many jars per family before the next person steps up, no matter who arrives first. A shepherd wonders whether jars should be counted or time used instead. Water could be drawn for a fixed length while a friend watches a shadow cross the tile. The notion of a water clock by sunlight earns murmurs of interest and groans from those who despise experimental math before supper. Details matter more than everyone wishes. A small argument about who owns the buckets morphs into a larger one about who maintains the path, which then blossoms into an essay on who taught whose cousin to set a fair price for olives in the old days. All of this is perfectly normal. Markets and springs share one truth. When resources are visible, ethics are too. The square leans toward a verdict and then pulls back like a wave reconsidering the shore. Peacemakers test the wind with their voices. A priest without robes, merely a steady person trusted by both sides, suggests that oaths might lighten the load. Swear on the laurel, swear on the hearth, swear on the good reputation everyone is eager to keep. Swearing, he explains, is not about divine lightning. It's about convincing your neighbors you plan to be someone they can safely borrow bowls from next week. A few heads rise at that. People want to be trusted. It is the cheapest luxury item available. Audience tension collects near the edges like dew. Teenagers whisper, inventing shorthand for the evening's greatest hits. stone that walks, roots that read maps, dawn that picks favorites. The nicknames take the sting out of the claims and, in a practical way, file them away for later retellings at feasts where everyone will pretend their voice didn't crack tonight. The ability to convert stress into myth is one of the village's most efficient survival skills. Procedure gradually asserts itself, and it looks like choreography. One family speaks while the other listens. Then they switch. Witnesses present recollections. The circle considers. Nobody interrupts elders, except occasionally grandchildren who have not yet absorbed the physics of respect. The pace is slow, but slow is how you build bridges that remember tomorrow. The elder sticks draw quick lines in the dust to mark turns and places for jars. A sketch of a schedule forming under the knight's careful handwriting. Pebbles enter the conversation the way trivia sometimes saves a dinner party. An elder mentions that in some city courts jurors vote with pebbles, sephoi, dropping them into urns to decide cases. Another, eager to outdo, adds the quirky detail that some juries use bronze ballots with a little axle through the middle. One solid, one hollow, so the verdict could be concealed by the thumb and then revealed at the right moment. The square delights in the image. Judgment dressed up as a coin trick. Whether villages like this borrowed such formal habits or preferred handshakes and witness lists varies wildly. Historians are still debating this question. What matters here is the sense that decision can be made fair if people agree on how it should look while it's happening. Modes of voice shift like musical modes. Dorian steadiness from the elders, Phrygian heat from the passionate cousins, Lydian lightness from the bystanders trying to chill the air. A youngster notes with suspicious innocence that the Dorian mode is supposed to build character, so perhaps everyone should sing instead of shout. The jest nudges you closer to the thought you've been sheltering. Sound might untie what hands keep nodding. The idea tucks itself under your tongue, warm and patient. Whispers about the stone return, braided with the practicalities of dawn. One side insists the stone marked a path that made sense before the new groves. The other insists the stone never moved, only patience did. A boy mimes prying with an invisible lever and gets scolded by an aunt whose scold carries across the square like a bell that only nephews can hear. The dust holds every footstep on its tiny stage, a record of the evening's choreography nobody asked for but everybody contributes to. Boundaries on the ground become boundaries in sentences. The elders draw a long line with a staff and then a shorter one that intersects it, a map of how the queue could coil and how the last person could know they're not invisible. A weaver suggests tying a loop of red yarn around the jug of the person whose turn ends the first round, a visual cue that makes order visible without shouting. The idea gets applauded with those small murmurs that mean, finally something we can actually do. Offerings to reason gather momentum. A fisherman proposes that on high tide mornings the family nearest the harbor go first so nets can be mended by noon. In exchange, on low tide mornings the hillside family takes the dawn slot to water saplings before heat stuns them. The trade feels elegant, like a balanced equation written in bread and sweat. Heads tilt, considering. The square leans forward the way people do when they can smell a compromise from two conversations away. Observation sharpens under the moon. Someone has accounted for jars, someone else for footsteps, another for hours, and you realize none of that matters if a phrase cannot be invented that both sides want to repeat. Villages remember what fits into mouths. The plan needs a shape people can hum without searching for the paper they don't own. A sentence that will live on a lintel later must live in ears first. That thought hums in your chest like a string waiting for a pluck. Consensus gets as close as it can without taking vows. Both sides agree to a test. For the next 6 mornings, one family draws at first rooster call, the other at first sunbeam. Then they trade. A cousin volunteers to be timekeeper with a water jar and a shadow. No sundial, just a tile line and the patience to watch it. The elders mark the start in dust, quick strokes that a stray wind could erase, which is exactly the point. If it survives as a habit, the wind won't matter. Afterglow schemes the square when the heat of words cools. People exhale into their own bodies like tents collapsing gracefully. A child yawns and leans against the boundary stone, which stubbornly refuses to confess to anything. The fountain sounds a shade richer, or perhaps relief changes the ear. Conversations drift toward dinner, toward how the figs were truly excellent this morning, toward how the moon will be perfect for net setting. But light near the edges still vibrates with spare energy, the kind that looks for a handle to grab. Interludes accumulate in the corners, little pockets where the topic loosens its belt. A man tells a story about a festival in a far town where rules are sung before bread is broken, so nobody needs to pull a tablet from a sleeve when a dispute arises. Another nods and remembers a play he once saw where a chorus solved an argument by changing key. The evening is quietly assembling proof that song knows how to do labor. Reserves of patience thin just as a new voice suggests a written pact. A scribe steps forward with papyrus and a reed pen, offering to write a conditional agreement. Names, dates, a sketch of the schedule. He does not push, merely presents. In places with heavier bureaucracy, such a document would be routine. Here it is a luxury item like a cake with honey. Villages vary in their appetite for written law when custom usually works. Historians are still debating this question. Still, a few nods say that tomorrow's tempers might benefit from today's ink. Contours of pride become visible as silhouettes. One patriarch prefers the idea of trust that can be seen in the eyes. Another wants something his grandchildren can point at later when telling the story of the time we almost broke the village over a rock. Neither is wrong. Pride tonight is trying to be the kind that keeps a roof fixed, not the kind that demands new goats just to prove it exists. It's a thin line, and the lanterns make it look like embroidery. Signals of peace flutter in the small things. Someone brings out a plate of sesame sweets. Someone else sets a jug of watered wine on the steps. Mortar and pestle sounds trickle from a nearby kitchen as garlic submits once again to the will of dinner. Hospitality in a Greek village isn't a side dish. It's the table. Xenia leans its shoulder into the moment and nudges everyone toward the part where they remember they are neighbors before they are plaintiffs. Murmurs about music start as if the air is humming to itself. A few people recall last year's harvest song, the one that makes even stubborn ankles agree to dance. Someone asks whether a tune could be made that says one jar, next jug, share the spring without sounding like a lecture. The idea lands lightly and stays. A shepherd catches your eye with that conspirator's glint which says, "You were thinking this first, weren't you?" A smile answers what your mouth does not. Experiment proposes a rehearsal with the simplest tools, voices. A woman begins an easy call, and the crowd answers. "First light," she sings. "First draw," they reply. "Second light," she tries. "Second draw," comes back. The exchange is rough and sweet, like bread without salt that still manages to be bread. You can hear the bones of a refrain inside it, the kind that might lie down happily on a lyre string and purr. Anticipation concentrates around the tiny shrine to Apollo where the laurel watches with botanical composure. A boy points at the small wooden lyre that hangs there, faded and ornamental, probably more a sign than a tool. He whispers to his sister that maybe Apollo cares whether people sing their fairness. She replies that gods enjoy petting well-behaved villages, which is a delightful and absolutely doctrinally unsourced observation. Faith tonight is not thunder. It's a lantern, modest and useful. Constraints remain, as they always do when the moon throws long shadows. The trial schedule for drawing water is not a decision. It's a rehearsal. The written pact is not law. It's a note left on the kitchen table that says where the bread went. The mood is cordial, but cordial is a tightrope you walk in sensible shoes. Everyone senses the next morning could yank the rope if a rooster coughs late or a cloud delays the sunbeam. Conclusion in the square comes in the form of practical assignments. 2 teenagers are appointed to chalk marks on the tiles in the first light. A grandmother gets the authority to tisk at anyone who stretches their turn past common decency. And the scribe is asked to bring his reed pen tomorrow in case the wind forgets our promise. The group disperses into the night with the ragged dignity of a chorus after a play, Still humming, still arguing softly, already turning conflict into story. Patience leaves its fingerprints on the air as benches get dragged back to their walls. The fountain tries one last confident burble, as if auditioning for the role of most reasonable object in town. Feet scuff the dust where lines were drawn, and the lines blur exactly as planned. That's the point of dust. It remembers just long enough to teach you, then gives the ground back to walking. A cat crosses the square with perfect indifference, proving once again that serenity is a talent. Quiet follows the last group down the lane, but not silence. The sea keeps its low metronome beyond the harbor. Counting heartbeats the shore forgets. Wind slips around the council house and tugs a scrap of papyrus on the scribe's table, playing with the idea of writing before anyone writes it. The boundary stone sits with its proud little inscription, unimpressed by human drama, precisely because humans impressed the drama into it. Realization ripens slowly and then all at once. Encouragement alone won't hold this village together. A kind word is a good blanket. Tonight needs a woven one. Argument has grammar and rhythm, so must the piece that answers it. A melody shaped to fit the mouths here could become a tool the way a rule becomes a habit. The lyre you don't yet hold becomes suddenly heavy in your imagination. All tortoise-shell and sunlit strings, asking a simple question, ready. Intention keeps you standing in the square a bit longer, as if the stones might offer coaching tips. The shepherd from earlier drifts past with an empty basket and says, almost to himself, that Dorian might do. Steady, not flashy. Grounded, not smug. He promises to find you in the morning by the hillside path where the air tastes like time and patience. The promise is a hook you didn't realize you were waiting for. Resolve takes the last step out of the evening and into the next day. A song shaped to carry water and pride at once isn't impossible. It's work. Notes can hold rules without sounding like rules. Verses can wrap around names and keep them neighbors. The plan is not yet a plan. It's a hum living behind your teeth, but the village has given you its scale, and that is everything a melody asks for when it begins. Daybreak rinses the hillside in pale gold, the kind of light that makes time breathe louder and small stones pretend they are jewels. Dew stitches bright beads along the path, and a moth decides your sleeve is a respectable ledge for pondering the future. The shepherd from last night waves with a reed pipe tucked behind his ear, hair full of wind and ideas. A few sheep blink as if they signed up for a philosophy seminar by accident. The plan lives between your ribs. Find the right sound for a village problem. Of course, that requires a lyre, which is a small detail only if you already own one. Boiler, you don't. Across the slope, the sea dials itself up from pewter to polished tin, gulls writing nonsense in the margins of the sky. The shepherd sits on a sun-warmed rock and begins a patient lecture on modes, a kind of musical menu all Greek towns carry in their pockets. Dorian for steadiness, Phrygian for fire, Lydian for lightness that sneakily makes people generous. He demonstrates a phrase on the reed pipe, the pitch flexing like a cat stretching in a doorway. Villagers, he reminds you, don't need theory. They need melodies that let memories agree with each other. That line lands and tucks itself into your pocket like a pebble you mean to skip later. Under the scent of crushed time, a cart creaks into view along the lower path. It's driven by a trader with the relaxed posture of someone who knows 15 ways to make a square smile and 30 to leave quickly if the smile looks expensive. Bales, baskets, jars, and a serape-like cloth disguise the cargo's logic. A small crowd forms as happenstance recruits curiosity. Markets have gravitational pull even when the stalls are still yawning awake. The shepherd squints. Traders carry stories. Traders also carry instruments sometimes, especially ones with interesting reputations and unhelpful price tags. Between the cart's shadow and the hill's shoulder, gossip rushes in like a tide that's secretly rehearsed. Someone whispers that the trader came from the East Road where vines learn to mind their own business. Someone else says he bought a chest from a widow who swore her late husband once played for a local festival where the laurel tree decided everyone had done well enough to deserve a larger harvest. A third person adds, with the calm of a person born to deliver plot twists, that a tortoise-shell sits in that chest and something string-like dangles beside it. Your pulse claps politely. Past the rim of the cart, a lid lifts with ceremony the way a page lifts when a story realizes it is being read. The trader produces a wooden frame and a curved, mottled shell, its surface dulled by years and the affectionate neglect of a household that prefers practical music like sweeping and sleeping. Two bent arms arch from the shell's shoulders to a yoke, a shape as old as the idea that sound might be persuaded to live in a bowl. A few pegs stick like stubborn thoughts from the crossbar, and the faint ghost of gut-string grooves crosses a bridge of dark wood scented with oil and thyme. Beyond appearances, memory flutters up like a bird startled from a shrub. Hermes, the baby who couldn't stop inventing, found a tortoise, laughed at its shell, and politely borrowed it to build a lyre. The myth says he strung it with oxgut and made such a sound that Apollo himself forgave the cattle theft because music convinced pride to try humility for a day. The details vary with the teller, but the arc remains. Trickery turns into art. Blame turns into beauty. A god trades anger for a song. Mainstream knowledge in the Greek world keeps this story handy the way a ship keeps a rope. The moral is portable. Sounds can change minds when words run out of stamina. Meanwhile, the trader strokes the shell with a thumb, murmuring that the instrument survived 2 festivals, an unfortunate wedding, and a winter where people sang more than they planted. He claims, with the pitch of a man who understands value, that sunlight once warmed these strings on an Apollo feast day by the sea, and the chorus answered like a well-behaved tide. The crowd emits the particular hum reserved for statements that might be true and definitely want to be. Whether itinerant traders honestly inherit instruments with sacred histories or strategically adopt them is one of those delightful local mysteries. Historians are still debating this question. Later, with the tact of a diplomat paying compliments to a goat, you ask to hold the lyre. Weight gathers in your palms. Not heavy, just filled with intention. The rim of the shell feels smooth where hands have slid and slightly ridged where age keeps its souvenirs. A faint scent of beeswax rises when the bridge shifts a whisper, beeswax being the universal glue of people who intend to fix everything tomorrow. The trader smiles in that way that means the instrument likes you. Either that, or he recognizes the face of a person about to rationalize a purchase as destiny. Somewhere in the crowd, the shepherd offers a lesson disguised as advice. Chalice, he says softly, the tortoise-shell lyre, belongs to homes and small gatherings, while the kithara, larger and louder, belongs to festivals and professionals with shoulders trained for weighty applause. Students learn on chalice, citizens accompany hymns with it, and poets use it to pretend their lines walked in on their own. A quick aside slips in. Archaeologists have found fragments, shell, pegs, bridges, in graves and storerooms, evidence that this instrument lived with people the way cups and tools do. Time, as usual, is a mess, but sometimes it forgets to hide everything. Still, the trader conducts his sales aria with admirable restraint. He fingers the surviving pegs, tests their courage, and produces a roll of dried gut string kept in a small pouch that once housed hope or coin, depending on the day. He proposes a demonstration if someone can spare olive oil to wake the wood and patience to coax the strings across the yoke. The crowd murmurs about the price the way birds discuss clouds. Loudly, briefly, without any intention of influencing weather. A small jar of oil appears from a sympathetic apron, because this is a village and everyone has a pocket map of who keeps what. Then the restringing begins with the measured drama of a ceremony invented on the spot. A thin thread of gut softens between finger and breath, gets looped, knotted, and anchored at the tail. The line rises over the soundboard to the bridge, travels to the crossbar, and settles into a peg's stubborn groove. Tuning becomes the kind of patience you can measure in smiles. The shepherd leans in and says the octave wants a ratio of 2:1, and the fifth wants 3:2. Pythagorean whispers that many musicians follow, even if nobody in the square plans to build a monochord this morning. The crowd hums approval, secretly pleased to be standing this close to math without visible pain. Afterward, the first note sails out, preens itself in the air, and lands on your shoulder like it chose you on purpose. The tone is pale but steady, a new calf of a sound learning its legs. Pegs receive microtwists. Strings negotiate slightly higher rent with the crossbar. The shell begins to remember its job. A second note aims higher and brings a shimmer that has nothing to do with pride and everything to do with resonance. People lean in. Breath changes pitch too, becoming silence specifically tuned to listening. Perhaps this is the moment to test the instrument's manners with a simple phrase. Fingers find a Dorian shape, sturdy and plain, like a wall that knows it's there to hold, not to show off. The melody turns once, returns to itself, then finds a shy neighbor's second phrase it would happily borrow sugar from. Children stare as if a small animal has learned a trick. The shepherd nods a slow nod that reads, "We can build with this." Gently the trader makes his offer official, laying numbers on the table with the gravity of a judge weighing fish. He claims the instrument was blessed by sunlight at a shrine and woke during a festival when a girl with a bright laugh made a wish for her uncle's boat to stop leaking. The story is positively edible. You respond with a counteroffer consisting of less coin, more gratitude, and a promise. The lyre will go back to work being useful, adjudicating tempers with melody and getting invited to dinners purely because it's charming. Bargaining is a duet. Both singers pretend not to smile while finding the key. Quietly, the village contributes extra lines to the chorus named Provenance. A widow swears she saw a similar instrument years ago at a harvest rite, distinguished by a knot in the yoke that looks like an eye. An old fisherman insists Apollo himself cares less about the ancestry of a lyre than about the posture of the hands that hold it. A potter remarks that instruments, like pots, belong to whoever fixes their cracks without boasting. Consensus wobbles toward the idea that this chalice doesn't need a notarized birth certificate to do its job. It just has to sing honestly. Slowly the trader and you meet in the middle, coins sliding across a small square of cloth that keeps accounts neat and tempers neater. Olive oil gets dabbed here and there like kindness does in kitchens. The shepherd secures the last string and runs a scale, voice low, fingers deliberate. 6 tones, 7, 8, with a little bend where his thumb refuses to behave. The lyre answers with that agreeable wooden brightness that carries in an open space and forgives beginners. If the instrument had shoulders, it would roll them and say, "Let's stop talking and actually play." Instead of launching into a performance, you ask for a bench, not for drama, but because benches have a way of encouraging good decisions. The trader tips his head and pushes a crate into service. The crowd settles at a respectful drift. The hill puffs warm air like a bellows, and time decides to do backup vocals. A first, careful arpeggio dusts the moment with order. The next one goes wider as if mapping a room. Others begin to supply the song skeleton. A woman at the edge offers a slow clapping pattern that could mark lines for sharing at the spring. 2 beats for drawing, 1 beat for stepping aside, back to 2. A boy suggests a sung exchange of words. First light, first draw. A call and response that tasted promising last night. The shepherd trims the phrases with a nod to Dorian. Lacy emotions have other modes to inhabit, but the village requires sturdy today. The melody starts feeling like a tool. Finally, someone invokes Hermes, not as a warning, but as an invitation. The story gets retold with laughter. How the god, newborn and already surprisingly employed, turned a tortoise into a pocket orchestra. How he invented bribery's wholesome cousin, gift-giving. How Apollo, dazzled and possibly amused, took the lyre as a peace treaty. The moral gets underlined. Cleverness is fine, but harmony is better. In everyday life that translates to move the boundary stone back and then sing about it together. Myth serves coffee. The square devours the cup. Atop the instrument, your fingers try a more confident pattern, skimming strings like skipping stones on an especially cooperative pond. The Dorian contours hold steady. The rhythm adopts the fountain's pulse, 2 quicks and a longer breath, so that when people later hum this tune while they wait their turn, the music will double as a timer. A shepherd's dog sighs in approval, which counts as a 4-star review from the species most qualified to judge patience. Nearby, a teacher of small children steps closer, carrying the calm authority of someone who knows where the extra chalk is hidden. She says, half to herself, that students remember rules if rules were melodies. She tells of a time she taught numerals by threading them through a chant, and even the wiggliest kid sat still long enough to own the shape of 7. The square agrees that learning is essentially a rhythm problem dressed as a patience problem. Over everyone's shoulder, the shrine to Apollo watches like a good neighbor who promises not to bring up the one unfortunate party ever again. Laurel smells faintly like fresh decisions. A soft debate blooms at the edges about whether Apollo actually invented music or simply manages it, whether Hermes is the true father of the lyre or just its chaotic uncle. The answer depends on which storyteller you owe bread to, and on whether you enjoy placing order and mischief in the same sentence. The only stable fact is that music sits between them, mediating like a friend with a sense of humor and a schedule. Around the question of tuning, you craft a practical compromise. The shepherd suggests anchoring one string to a pitch that suits the average voice in this village, neither heroic nor theatrical. A woman with flour on her hands sings a note and everyone nods. That will do. A mason observes that walls built square help roofs keep their confidence. By analogy, a melody built around that central note will help tempers keep their hats on. The analogy makes too much sense to resist. Beneath the bench, the trader pulls a tiny leather pouch from a hidden pocket and presents a plectrum. Plectron, shaped like a teardrop that discovered ambition. It hangs from a thin cord, meant to loop around the wrist so it won't wander off mid-song. You slide it on and test the attack. Sharper, clearer, a bit of sunshine in the consonants of each string. The shepherd nods approval and adds a quirky tidbit. Some players dust their fingers with fine flour to improve grip, a household trick that turns kitchens into conservatories. Nobody promises it's universally effective, but half the crowd looks at their hands with new respect. Eventually, the instrument's voice grows confident enough to walk without holding your hand. A verse emerges, then a refrain, the refrain carrying the words "one jar, one step, one neighbor," which somehow fits better than anyone expects. You test a variation, swapping neighbor for morning on the second pass. And the crowd debates. A cheerful referendum where nobody loses. The shepherd listens, eyes half closed, and declares that the refrain should end on a note that feels like enough, not like a cliff. Everyone appreciates a melody that chooses stability over drama. Truthfully, some practical history sneaks into the interlude, because markets and myths alone don't build systems that work on cranky mornings. It's not controversial to point out that music, poetry, dance, sits at the core of Greek education. Kids learn rhythm with letters, character with song, and memory with meter. Lyres accompany lessons, symposia, small ceremonies. The aulos, that double-reed party starter, belongs to other moods and other gods. Philosophers famously argue over which modes make people brave or gentle, which instruments elevate or excite, and how much excitement society actually wants. The village nods because even if nobody here has debated this with Plato, everyone has watched how a tune changes how a day behaves. Frankly, the provenance question refuses to lie down completely, as provenance questions never do. The trader repeats his sunlight at the shrine story with extra embroidery in the border, promising that an old priest once called this lyre obedient. An elder raises an eyebrow that could serve as a walking stick and asks whether obedient instruments still let uncles sing off-key. Laughter smooths the rest of the skepticism. Whether this particular shell saw a holy afternoon or a noisy courtyard doesn't change the task before it. Tonight it will become a mediator. That fate outranks pedigree on any given weekday. Back on the bench, you test the lower strings for a hum that can cushion voices that wobble. The soundboard answers with a kindness that makes everyone's shoulders drop a centimeter. A mason volunteers the observation that a bridge slightly angled brightens the top string without turning it into gossip. You adjust, the lyre approves. Someone's baby falls asleep on the rhythm of the plucking, thereby endorsing your design for a more peaceful water queue with the only review that matters. Forward in the day, the sun drifts a small distance toward the idea of late afternoon, and the trader, satisfied with the sale and the company, pours watered wine for a few of the helpers, just enough to toast the instrument's second career. He confides a charming oddity from his travels. In one town, the lyre's strings were color-dyed with plant juices to help beginners remember which ones scold and which ones soothe. He cannot prove it. The crowd enjoys believing it anyway. A note gets made to try beetroot on a spare string the next time someone sacrifices a vegetable to pedagogy. Happily, the shepherd takes a turn on the lyre and demonstrates a Dorian cadence that ends like a good sentence. Complete, calm, not trying to sell you anything. He proposes a teaching trick for the village. Each time someone finishes drawing water and steps aside, they touch the yoke and hum the last note of the refrain. The gesture makes cues visible, turns waiting into a shared line of music, and reminds everyone that even quiet can be a chorus. Practical magic disguised as habit. Exactly what this place needs. Incidentally, a small scholarly debate wanders through the square like a goat that smells time and refuses to leave. Someone wonders aloud whether the Greek lyre arrived by local invention or rode in with travelers from older musical worlds farther east. Somebody else mentions instruments painted on vases and carved into stones. A third suggests the word pharynx, ancient cousin of the kithara, and everyone politely nods at nouns. The truth is broad, braided, and older than breakfast, and the precise route of strings across borders is one of those topics best left to specialists with patience and visas. Historians are still debating this question. Curiously, the lyre reveals its personality as the afternoon leans. A wolf tone lurks on one string. A smear of beeswax solves it like a baker fixing the corner of a loaf. The bridge's foot sits half a finger's width from perfect. A gentle nudge rights it. A fine crack on the yoke admits it will behave if you promise to oil it occasionally and not play near enthusiastic campfires. Every fix becomes a promise between hands and wood. I'll keep you mended if you keep us mended. Gracefully, a rehearsal takes shape with the kind of accidental intention only small towns can pull off. Two lines form in front of an imaginary fountain, each person scooping the air as if holding jars. The refrain guides the motion. The beat says when to switch. Laughter bubbles where elbows misjudge timing. Corrections arrive in the form of the melody leaning, not in the form of scolding. If anyone needed proof that music can carry law without turning sour, the hillside provides it with time-scented impartiality. Lightly, the conversation loops back to Hermes' lyre and Apollo's temper transformed. A myth now wearing the afternoon's events like a well-fitted tunic. You mention, to a cluster of eager ears, that poets often place Hermes at the cradle of cleverness and Apollo at the seat of order. And most days villages need both. Initiative to invent bridges, structure to keep them standing. The lyre in your hands belongs to this marriage of qualities. It is mischief that learned the value of calendars. People like that idea. Tastes practical. Openly, the trader admits he will miss the instrument, but he is comforted by the sight of hands ready to give it a job. He asks only that when the village sings its pact, it remembers to leave a small verse for travelers who pass through, a blessing of clean water and fair measure. You promise because it was already in your mouth. Hospitality is a language with a chorus. The village knows the refrain even on grumpy Thursdays. Sweetly, the shepherd hands the lyre back and announces that the instrument has accepted its new household. The claim carries as much legal weight as a joke can carry, which tonight is more than enough. Plans for the evening ripple outward. An open shore, torches, a test performance soft enough not to pull old grievances out of their closets. The boundary stone will be there, not to be blamed, but to be taught how to mind its own myth while people mind each other. Neatly, as if the day itself wished to underline, a small tortoise crosses the path a few feet away, pausing to consider the breeze with philosophical gravity. The crowd falls into that reverent hush reserved for unexpected mascots. Someone jokes that the tortoise has come to file a claim against Hermes for historical misrepresentation. Another suggests we offer a leaf of lettuce as damages and call it even. The tortoise ignores everyone with the serene realism of an ancient instrument maker. Warmly the afternoon exhales, and preparations drift toward the shore. People fetch stools, blankets, jars, and their better voices. A boy runs ahead to tell his aunt that the song has a part for her alto that will make the moon ask for lessons. An elder murmurs that if the tune can get two uncles to nod at each other at the fountain tomorrow, it deserves a small plate of sweets every week by the shrine. An arrangement is made for someone to keep the plectrum in a cloth pouch near the council house. An object lesson in we are taking this seriously, but not too seriously. Softly the lyre rests a moment against your knee. Wood warm, shell cool, strings calm. The instrument no longer feels like a relic with a resume. It feels like a neighbor who has moved in and found the teacups. The Dorian curve of the refrain lurks in your mouth, ready to meet salt air. What began as a rumor in a trader's chest now sits in your lap as a plan you can tune. The village leans toward evening. The melody leans toward service. The tortoise, having completed its cameo, leans toward whatever tortoises lean toward when they dismiss a scene. Afternoon leans warm against the harbor wall as preparations collect themselves into neat piles. Torches bundled like tall reeds, cups stacked like little promises, and your newly strung lyre resting on folded cloth as if it knows work is ahead. Children trail chalk across the tiles near the fountain, testing the cue pattern with the solemnity usually reserved for very important pretend games. Word drifts like a slow gull that a traveler has arrived from the North Road, a man with sun on his cloak and laurel on his staff, and by the time the rumor rounds the square twice, the man himself is standing under the veranda, drinking water as if it were an oath. Pilgrims from smaller villages sometimes carry stories they found on the road, but this traveler carries a voice tuned for crowded spaces. He introduces himself with a kindly economy. A servant of Apollo, accustomed to holy places and ordinary kitchens, bound for the next port but tempted by good bread to linger. He thanks the innkeeper, bows toward the little shrine on the terrace, and notes, with the accuracy of someone raised on proverbs, that this village seems to be negotiating with itself. A soft laugh follows, the laugh of a person who respects negotiations enough to tease them. Somewhere in his eyes, the blue of long distances sits down beside the brown of roads, a combination only people who carry messages learn to wear. He asks about the spring without asking about the argument, and the conversation flips the way fish do when nets lift. A handful of elders form a respectful crescent. A clutch of teenagers assemble as if by accident. The shepherd with the reed pipe returns to being a student for the afternoon. When the traveler hears there's a lyre nearby, he lights up like a candle that just remembered its job. Beneath the terrace's shade, he holds your instrument with both hands, palms steady. Gaze attentive in the polite way a craftsman examines another's work. He plucks a testing fifth, nods at the Dorian curve in your tuning, and checks the bridge with a thumb so gentle the wood takes it as a compliment. Order, he says softly, has to sound like it belongs. The sentence makes sense in your bones. He asks, too casually to be anything but deliberate, whether anyone has spoken to the village about what Delphi remembers when towns argue. Across the square, the boundary stone grows self-conscious the way objects do when they are asked to sit for portraits. The traveler glances toward it, no accusation, only recognition, and then gestures to the shrine. A small procession forms without anyone deciding to call it one. Old men with staffs, women with flour still dusting their sleeves, fishermen half dry from mending, children who suspect the afternoon is about to become a story they will retell with edits. The priest, he admits the title only when pressed, touches the laurel hung by the door and breathes a line you've heard in plays. Nothing in excess. The square answers with a respectful silence that belongs to useful phrases. Toward the shrine step, he begins his talk the way good speakers begin. not with himself, but with the place he serves. Delphi, he says, is a mountain that learned to speak. A stone, Omphalos, sits like a navel reminding everyone that centers matter, and a spring, Castalia, washes dust from faces and fuss from minds before questions get asked. People travel for weeks to arrive prepared to be honest. The Pythia, the oracle's voice, sits on a tripod, breath slowed, laurel near, answering riddles with riddles that somehow become maps. City-states consult before wars and laws, and ordinary families ask about crops, marriages, and whether a voyage is an adventure or a mistake in costume. Within the rhythm of his words, details perch like sparrows. Consultation days come with calendar caution. Some months sleep, some months sing. Apollo, according to the old stories, goes north in winter to the Hyperboreans, leaving the sanctuary quieter, guarded by other gods who keep the hearth hot. Priests draw lots, pilgrims wait, and offerings line steps with the humble elegance of hope. Whether the Pythia truly inhaled vapors rising from a fault, whether the trance wove chemistry into prophecy, remains a feast for geologists and historians. Historians are still debating this question. What matters to villages is that order has a home, and that home taught Greece to ask, what happens if we choose measure? Evening's shadow creeps down the terrace as the priest slides from place to person, from sanctuary to the god who keeps it. Apollo, he says, can be sharp as sunlight on polished bronze, intolerant of lies, swift to mark arrogance with a raised eyebrow only poets portray as lightning. Yet the same god loves music enough to argue with a lyre instead of a spear. Temper and mercy take turns, like day and evening passing a cup. The lesson is practical. When anger arrives, invite rhythm. When pride stiffens, ask melody to soften the jaw. You feel the village lean toward this notion like thirsty time toward dew. Nearby, he tells of the Pythian Games, a quadrennial gathering older than many friendships, where athletes run, wrestle, and throw, but where singers and kithara players also contend, because Greece believes the body and the voice should take turns saving the day. Victors earn crowns of laurel, not for owning anyone else's lungs, but for persuading sound to carry virtue farther than rumor. Lists of winners get carved into stone with the same seriousness reserved for generals. A fisherman whistles low at the idea of songs earning inscriptions. An elder mutters that a fair queue at the spring deserves at least a potter's mark if not a steal. Afterward, the priest asks to hear the melody you've been shaping. The request arrives without pressure and with the pure curiosity that makes teachers beloved. Fingers find the refrain. The Dorian frame holds. The rhythm borrows the fountain's pulse. And the words one jar, one step, one neighbor wrap themselves around the sound as if they were born to be carried. The priest listens with the head slightly tilted pose of a person counting virtues in a scale. When the last note settles, he smiles like a man recognizing an old proverb in a fresh tunic. Meanwhile, he shares a Delphic oddity that pleases the crowd. Visitors often read 3 small sentences before anything else. Know yourself, nothing in excess, and surety brings ruin. Maxims attributed to wise men and then adopted by everyone with a door lintel. The trio looks like advice for philosophers, but it works for line management too. You feel the square translate automatically. Know your place in the queue, don't take more than your share, and don't insist you're right before the jar is even full. Folklore does paperwork when you let it. Certainly, he says, dovetailing smoothly into the grammar of music, modes behave like temperaments. Dorian steadies, Phrygian excites, Lydian lightens, Mixolydian gives endings a pleasing tilt, Hypodorian settles late-night nerves like warm tea. Philosophers argued, sometimes elegantly, sometimes loudly, about which modes shape character and which misbehave at festivals. One line of thought warns that the aulos, the reed pipe, can stir emotions faster than the lyre can guide them. Another counters that skill, not instrument, decides whether a crowd remembers itself. He shrugs, the generous shrug of a person who prefers practice over pamphlets. Perhaps because teaching finds its own cue, he suggests an experiment. He asks the crowd to hum one pitch, anyone, all together, and you hear the note bloom into a hallway where other notes might live. He has you step the refrain on it, then shift it up a tone, then down a third, watching faces as comfort rises and falls. He points out that laws appeal to minds while music recruits bodies. A schedule is a noun, a song a verb. Verbs, he grins, get things done while nouns are still tidying their sandals. Honestly, he adds a story about a village where two neighborhoods contested a pasture. The men spoke in paragraphs, the women in sighs, the children in games that were indictments with giggles. A visiting singer composed a paean, not to victory, but to restraint, taught it to the youngest first, and by the time the oldest learned it, the habit had become a habit. The priest doesn't claim music solved everything. He says only that after the song arrived, conversations shouted less and ended sooner. Nobody objects to that metric. Between lessons, he plants small, bright facts like markers in a field. At Delphi, he notes, the kithara players rehearse near the theater carved into the slope, where stone seats cup sound and send it upwards to where the sky can approve. Near the sanctuary, olive oil gets rationed for lamps during festivals so that night itself agrees to be measured. Inscriptions line the treasuries with records of gifts and victories, written not for bragging but for remembering. Whether all villages kept records with such diligence is unclear. Historians are still debating this question, but the principle travels well. Write what you wish your grandchildren to trust. Curiously, one of the teenagers asks about Apollo's temper, a topic everyone keeps sneaking glances at like a cat, pretending it isn't watching fish. The priest nods, grateful for bluntness. Anger, he says, is the god's way of insisting that order has a shape. When boundaries blur, when arrogance turns sentences into walls, Apollo becomes stern. But the same god accepts apologies sung in the right key. He tells a brief tale, not the deep bark one reserved for later, of a musician who learned to tune until his neighbor's shoulders relaxed. A tune can be a door. He wants this village to have new doors. Outside the shrine, the harbor claps its consistent applause against stones, and the priest decides it is time for a walk to the fountain. Processions in tiny villages look like neighbors strolling in the same direction while pretending it's coincidence. He asks questions about the dawn schedule trial, nods appreciatively at the chalk marks, and chuckles at the yarn loop idea for marking the end of a round. He wonders aloud whether the refrain might include a call and response that makes room for names. Hera's jar, then Dion's, then Myra's. He demonstrates, so the line itself becomes a roll call of courtesy. Underfoot, the dust retains a faint script from last night's argument. A breeze edits it into soft punctuation. The priest kneels at the fountain as if consulting a shy friend. He listens to the water, the way doctors listen to chests, and announces, cheerfully practical, that springs are more willing when voices are slower. He suggests the waiting group adopt a pace of speech that matches the fountain's cadence. Quick words, then a longer breath. Several villagers try it like a party trick and laugh at how dignified their squabbles sound when they breathe in time with a basin. Overhead, swallows draw cursive along the eaves, and he takes this as the appropriate cue to speak of vows. Oaths made by laurel carry a fragrance even neighbors can smell. He does not mean lightning. He means accountability that can be hummed. If you sing the terms, he says, you will notice sooner when someone drifts off pitch. He suggests a tiny ritual at the start of each dawn. The first drawer of water touches the stone, hums the home note, and the cue answers with the line about one jar, one step, one neighbor. A liturgy for buckets. The idea lands like a small bird deciding the fence is safe. Gently, he prompts you to play again, this time slower, then faster, exploring how pace changes patience. The Dorian bones keep the refrain upright. He asks the crowd to choose a final note for the refrain that feels like enough, not like a question. 3 options are tested. One wins with a collective exhale. He presses a palm to the boundary stone and, whether it's poetry or practice, calls it as witness to the tempo. The stone, famously nonverbal, stays silent in a highly supportive manner. Naturally, he adds a handful of odd facts because odd facts make order memorable. Some Delphic treasuries decorated their facades with stories in relief so that even non-readers could read with their eyes. Some cities sent the first fruits of their harvest to the sanctuary before eating the second fruits at home. Some processions measured the pace of sacrifice songs with the length of a shadow because sun refuses to argue. Whether shadows were official timekeepers everywhere is not provable. Historians are still debating this question. But the image pleases the square enough to keep it. Suddenly, the priest turns to the teenagers, deputizing them as tempo captains. He assigns one to watch the fountain's lip and nod the beat, another to listen for voices climbing above neighborly volume and gently shepherd them down. He compliments a girl's alto and asks her to carry the response line when adults get grumpy. The teenagers accept the posts with the dignified enthusiasm of people newly convinced they are important to infrastructure. A village, after all, is a machine made of promises. Someone has to oil it. Deliberately, he declines to offer a verdict on the rumor of the moving stone. He says only that stones remember where they were last happiest, and neighbors remember where they were last fair. He suggests an act of mild theater. At dusk, before the test performance, both families touch the stone together and say the refrain's last word in unison. "Let it be, neighbor," he proposes, smiling at his own audacity. Performances, he reminds everyone, are not lies. They are rehearsals for truth. Quietly, he returns to Delphi with a story about treasuries placed along the sacred way. Each city's gift a public argument for its own virtue carved in marble and logic. He describes the theater where a Kitharode once sang a hymn that made the hillside hold its breath. He mentions how victors' names were recorded, not because names are hungry, but because communities enjoyed telling future generations, "This is what we chose to applaud." The square, which has been applauding fish and figs for years, considers applauding its own schedule. Finally, he sits beside the shrine and shares a scholar's conundrum in colloquial clothes. Some say the Delphic oracle once answered in hexameters, others that priests shaped free utterances into meter afterward. The timeline of change from song-like speech to plain prose remains smudged. Inscriptions rub shoulders with rumors and theater. He lifts his hands in a graceful admission. Historians are still debating this question. The uncertainty doesn't bother him. It thrills him because argument is a kind of music and truth has room for key changes. Beyond the lore, he turns practical again and teaches a tiny tuning trick you can do without ceremony. He advises anchoring the central string to a voice most villagers can reach comfortably. He nods toward the baker, who obliges, and then building outward by perfect fourths and fifths, accepting that what mathematicians call pure won't always suit human throats at breakfast. He introduces a mnemonic: bread, jar, step, neighbor, B, J, S, N. Just syllables here. But the idea sticks because it's about bread and jars. Everyone agrees that breakfast is a respectable authority. Briskly, he rubs a drop of oil along the lyre's yoke and suggests a caution. Don't let performance outshine participation. If the crowd becomes an audience, the law stays outside the song. If the crowd remains a choir, the law steps inside. He encourages call and response patterns more than solo lines, repetition more than decoration, and pauses more than flourishes. In a flourish of perfect relevance, the shepherd's dog yawns loud enough to become a metronome, winning laughter and allegiance. Lightheartedly, he shares a quirky anecdote about a coastal town that dyed one lyre string with onion skin gold to remind the leader which note ends the verse. The dye faded, but the habit stayed, and after a year nobody needed the color because the muscle remembered. The crowd proposes beetroot for red, recognizing local supply chain strengths. The priest declines to legislate chromatics and settles for granting his blessing to all responsible vegetables. Playfully, he imagines the village's pact as a small inscription above the council house door. Not a threat, but a hymn carved into wood or stone. One jar, one step, one neighbor. He recommends carving the words in letters big enough for a goat to read if goats ever take literacy seriously. He points out that writing makes memories easier to carry, and singing makes writing easier to find when tempers misplace it. No one disputes the usefulness of finding things. Softness returns to the afternoon as the talk winds down. The priest thanks the village for listening with its whole body and suggests a rehearsal at dusk by the shore. He proposes that both families arrive together, stand on either side of the boundary stone, and let the first verse carry their names before any general words appear. He asks the tallest cousin to hold a lantern, the shortest aunt to start the response line, and the oldest grandparent to declare the final note with a long, satisfied hum. The assignments land like metals that weigh nothing. Hearth smoke drifts from kitchens as preparations migrate from idea to stew. The priest lingers by the fountain, listening to the water practice, being patient. He compliments the teenagers on their tempo, the children on their chalk, and the elders on their stamina. He catches your eye and nods toward the lyre with a look that says, "Remember Dorian. End with enough. Leave space for breath." Advice at its best feels like a borrowed cloak that fits perfectly. Candle lengths later, the hill colors itself mauve and the sea decides to be silk. Villagers stroll toward the shore in friendly clusters that refuse to call themselves a procession. Torches lift their small suns. The priest walks beside you, laurel a darker shadow against a darker cloak, and shares a last secret-sounding observation. Nomos means law, he says, but in music it also names a kind of melody. When a people can hear their law, they are half at peace already. The sentence plants itself in your chest like a seed that knows the soil. Shoreline stones warm your ankles even as the air cools them. The boundary stone sits a little shy of the tittle-line, placed there for symmetry and symbolism and the convenience of everyone pretending it has a favorite view. Both families arrive with the practical grace of people who have carried jars together and separately all their lives. The priest spreads his hands, not to bless, but to widen the space where sound will live. The village inhales, the lyre asks its strings to be brave, and the evening settles like a friendly hand on a restless shoulder. Torchlight flickers on faces, making courage look like good bone structure. The priest gives you the smallest nod, a green light inhuman, and the first note leaves the lyre with the modesty of a host welcoming guests into a tidy room. One cousin names her jar and hands the name to the refrain. The other cousin does the same, and the names braid through the melody like ribbon through hair. The crowd answers in time, discovering that the rule and the rhythm share a spine. Song ripples outward to where boats dream about mornings. The priest listens without touching the outcome, as pleased as a teacher who knows a student no longer needs a nudge to find the next sentence. When the refrain finds its final note, the one chosen earlier because it sounds like enough, the square exhales in that ancient, accurate measure of success. Shoulders lower, jaws unclench, and people seem briefly taller, as if fairness adds an inch that nobody will measure but everyone will enjoy. You feel the lyre relax, too, as though the instrument understands this village is now tuned. Dawn scrubs last night's torch smoke from the sky while the shore still remembers the rhythm you taught it. Nets dry along the wall like musical staves. Gulls annotate the margins, and the fountain in the square resumes its measured whisper, as if it were the world's smallest conductor clearing its throat. Sleep creases your cheek when you wake, and the lyre's shell greets your palm with the cool, shy confidence of an instrument that believes in rehearsal. Villagers drift into view carrying breakfast and opinions. The boundary stone glows with that early light that forgives almost everything. Practice begins with breadcrumbs, time breath, and a half-circle of faces that want the day to behave. The shepherd produces his reed pipe for reference, and the teenagers, newly deputized tempo captains, arrive with the gravitas of officials who know how chalk works. A quick check of pegs reveals they enjoyed loosening themselves overnight like guests who found the snack jar. A twist here, a coaxed quarter turn there, and the Dorian spine stands straight again. The refrain about one jar, one step, one neighbor sits on your tongue ready to go to work, not as a performance but as a habit that hums. First you test the mode in slow pulses, borrowing the fountain's too quick, one long cadence. Fingers skim downward, then upward, careful as you avoid snagging the plectrum cord on the yoke. Classic rookie move, 10 out of 10 embarrassment potential. Sound gathers in the square like warm bread smell around a bakery. The shepherd calls out the degrees, home, step up, step down, sketching a small ladder of trust. Children echo the last note by instinct, then giggle into their sleeves because they weren't scheduled to be excellent this early. Nearby a pair of goats stands tethered with the patient disdain of creatures that have auditioned for Greek landscape all their lives. Someone jokes that goats prefer Phrygian because it wanders. Another counters that goats only endorse modes that rhyme with snacks. You throw a teasing phrase in Phrygian anyway, just to flourish, and the elder of the two goats flares its nostrils and sneezes in B-flat, which the teenagers immediately declare a review. Laughter uncoils, energy rises, and the square relaxes precisely the way a string does when the peg clicks into agreement. Onward you experiment with the Lydian tint, sprinkling light over the refrain to test whether the rule can smile without losing its teeth. The effect brightens the syllable neighbor so much that a child volunteers to design a garland for the word, which is a sweet problem to have. A fisherman suggests keeping Dorian for the backbone and saving Lydian for the call and response between cousins. Sturdy law, light courtesy. Philosophy by fishing net. Shockingly sound. You file the note where good tweaks live. Between one phrase and the next, a string complains with a tiny, theatrical tisk that everyone hears and nobody wants to name. You pause, cradle the shell, and find the culprit. A knot at the tail that decided to audition for escape artist. A crumb of beeswax and a thoughtful retie restore domestic harmony. The shepherd murmurs a practical reminder. Gut needs kindness. Oil the yoke lightly. Don't leave the instrument sunbathing without shade like a tourist. Mainstream knowledge sneaks in wearing overalls and a sensible hat. Under the awning, the visiting priest lounges with laurel tucked respectful and eyes amused. He listens without owning the room, which is how you know he's good at owning rooms. When you land the cadence that feels like enough, he raises two fingers, the agreed signal that the law note has found its landing. A teenager mirrors the gesture for the crowd, and suddenly the refrain has a little punctuation mark villagers can see, not just hear. Chironomy, the art of guiding music with hands, gets born here in a budget version nobody will patent but everyone will use. Across the fountain, a grandmother suggests adding names to the first verse again, to remind pride that the cue starts with people, not jars. You test Myra's jar, then Dion's. And the syllables fit like linen in hot weather. Clean, breathable, cooperative. Someone proposes the order alternate by morning, echoing the trial schedule, and the tempo captains nod with the solemnity of minor gods accepting domain over shadows on tiles. The lyre approves because the strings hum faster when the room agrees. After your next run-through, a toddler declares himself a drummer and produces a respectable rhythm by patting a clay bowl. The square accepts this as law too. One ant hums a harmony that brushes the edges of the mode. Phrygian territory, adventurous and a little spicy. The shepherd shakes his head fondly and reins it gently back to Dorian, because spicy is for feasts and the cue is breakfast. To make it stick, he tells a history-light fun fact. Spartans loved the disciplined gravity of Dorian, or so the stories say, and though the exact playlists of Spartan mornings are lost to time, historians are still debating this question. The association remains delightful and useful. Along the edge of the square, the scribe appears with a scrap of papyrus and a reed pen, taking down the words like he's catching fish with letters. He asks whether the refrain syntax could fit neatly in a single line for carving later above the council house door. You condense. One jar, one step, one neighbor. He flourishes the final consonant as if it were a small banner and promises to save his tittiest handwriting for the lintel. Writing, everyone agrees, is music that sits still long enough to be dusted. Even while the melody strengthens, mishaps campaign for attention like bored actors. A sudden breeze flips your plectrum cord around the peg. Rescued. A goat decides your foot looks like a hill and attempts ascension. Denied. A string edges flat under a loud laugh. Corrected. These small disasters are the universe's way of reminding you that order lives in practice, not in marble. The priest laughs and says this is why the Pythian games crown musicians for keeping poise, athletes wrestle bodies, Cytherists wrestle physics. Meanwhile, the oddest little fact surfaces from someone's traveling cousin. Certain Cythera professionals, in distant cities where stages behave like mountains, weighed their plectra with slivers of bone for a crisp attack in big theaters. Plectron meets physics meets applause. Is it universal? Probably not. Is it charming? Absolutely that. A potter adds that he saw a vase painting where the plectrum hung from a wrist cord like yours, because nobody enjoys chasing picks under chairs. The square appreciates evidence that ancient musicians also chased small objects with dignity. Perhaps sensing your curiosity, the shepherd offers a short clinic on genera, those ancient flavor families of scale the philosophers love. Diatonic is bread and olives basic, chromatic adds a nibble of drama, and enharmonic is the fancy cousin that divides a semitone into intervals so small only ears with time and practice enjoy them. Aristoxenus wrote about such things with a poet's patience and a geometer's spine. Others swore by monochords and ratios alone. Which mode and genus exactly belonged in whose house at which hour in the 5th century? Historians are still debating this question, and they are allowed to because debates are cardio for the past. Instead of falling into theory, you pull the conversation back to standing and breathing. Dorian carries the refrain. Phrygian can color the storytelling later. Lydian floats in as garnish. Done. A fisherman volunteers to test how the tune holds up under distraction by deliberately telling his best joke during the cue. He does. It is criminally effective. The refrain survives, barely, which proves the melody is robust and the fisherman is a menace. This is the kind of research peer review was invented for. Next, the teenagers introduce a clapping pattern to keep waiting bodies engaged. 2 taps on knees, 1 in the air. A tiny rest that matches the fountain's longer breath. The movement turns time into touch, reducing the temptation to count jars like grudges. A quiet competition begins among uncles to see whose claps are most dignified. A grandmother wins by doing nothing and raising an eyebrow shaped like law. Rhythm, it turns out, is manners you can hear. By mid-morning, the square hosts a scene that would make any drama teacher weep with relief. 2 lines practicing courtesy. Names stitched into melody. Children learning the last note means step aside. The innkeeper brings watered wine as if the moment needed a toast to moderation. He slips in a mainstream gem for the curious. Tragedy's name might carry a goat inside Tragoidia, goat song, because prizes or costumes or choruses or rituals once borrowed the animal symbol. The etymology is a savory stew with herbs nobody can fully identify, and historians are still debating this question. The goats at the post would like to register for royalties. Later, a minor calamity audition arrives. A string snaps with a polite twang, more surprise than drama. The square gasps on principle and then shrugs in community. The shepherd fetches a spare from his pouch. You warm it between palms, thread tail to peg, and retune with the concentrated tenderness normally reserved for glassware and opinions. Someone tells the tiny tale of a singer who always carried 2 sets of strings on sea journeys because salt air is a mischievous composer. Someone else confesses he keeps a wax plug for chips in his best cup, which is not irrelevant knowledge when bridges scowl. Finally, a conversation about tuning strolls into the sunlight and asks for snacks. Pythagorean purity offers intervals in ratios like 3:2 and 4:3, gorgeous in solitude but occasionally moody across a whole octave. Aristoxenean pragmatism listens to actual human throats and says, close enough is the right place. Which do you pick? The village votes for whatever makes neighbors sound kind at breakfast, which is a masterclass in applied philosophy. You anchor the central string to the baker's comfortable pitch and build out from there, letting ears, not diagrams, arbitrate peace. Beyond the square, a breeze nudges laundry and suggests the shore might enjoy a little music therapy too. The procession this time refuses to call itself a procession again. It's merely people heading in the same direction with smiles. At the harbor wall you run the refrain for the boats, because boats are notorious gossips and will spread tunes faster than people spread stories. A net mender hums along and measures time until the sun hits a certain bolt, a sundial hack older than most swagger. The priest grins as if the day is doing its homework. Outside the shade, a small debate about tempo warms up. Too slow and buckets feel like speeches. Too fast and dignity trips over itself. The teenagers propose a trial at spring speed, then a second at harbor speed, then a third at grandmother approves speed. Grandmother approves the third. The crowd adopts it like a stray cat that turns out to be excellent at supervising chores. When law sounds like that, people stop trying to bargain with it and start wanting to belong to it. Within this everyday laboratory, fresh oddities bloom like thyme out of cracks. A cloth seller swears that rubbing the fingertips with a pinch of flour improves plectrum grip. Kitchen science passing the peer review of generations. A potter claims that polishing a soundboard with the inside of a fig leaf sweetens the glow. Unprovable, but the story tastes delicious. A fisherman argues that if the refrain is sung facing the breeze, the words travel farther and return less cranky. The experiment produces results so charming nobody bothers to disprove them. Over the course of several reprises, the Dorian skeleton earns flesh. Tiny turns at phrase ends, a half smile on the second line, a courteous bow of silence between call and response. You add a descending figure that feels like setting a jar down carefully, and the crowd mutters that it makes their hands more patient by sheer persuasion. Gesture has joined the band. The priest listens with a scholar's ears and a neighbor's heart and does not try to write it down yet. He lets repetition carve the grooves that writing will only later trace. Beneath an awning, the scribe drafts a miniature inscription for the council house lintel on a wax tablet. Yes, he finally brought one. Arranging the words like dishes on a table. Balanced, welcoming, unpretentious. He leaves a space for a small lyre mark, a sign that law and melody now share a cup. Whether rural villages commonly mix icon and text this directly across all regions is not easy to prove. Historians are still debating this question. But this village decides the practice is both handsome and helpful, which is the exact standard good customs need. Around midday, the square tips toward nap logic, and still the mishaps find ways to audition. A dog chooses the precise moment of a delicate cadence to flop onto its back. Legs in the air, bliss incarnate. The chorus collapses into laughter and then rebuilds its balance in exactly 2 measures. A clay cup sacrifices itself to the gods of gravity. A teenager sweeps and restores order. The melody continues, unfussed. Resilience is the hidden mode under all the modes today. Toward late afternoon, the shepherd proposes a gentle detour into narrative. Try a verse that retells the origin myth, Hermes, the tortoise, the theft, the gift. Not as a lecture but as a smile that shows teeth only to bite pride, not neighbors. You spin a compact couplet, and the square tests it like a sandal strap. It holds. The priest applauds the idea of blending story with statute, because humans are more faithful to tales than to lists, and the goal here is not compliance, it's belonging. Suddenly the goats break rank and clatter 2 steps toward the fountain, as if personally offended by a melodic turn. The teenagers freeze like stage statues. The shepherd clicks his tongue. The animals reconsider their critique and return to chewing. The episode produces exactly 1 policy. Keep the refrain inside Dorian near the water so as not to trigger Caprine reviews. On a practical note, someone ties an extra loop in the tether. Law evolves 1 goat at a time. Quietly the priest shares a Delphic tidbit he forgot earlier. There was once a composition called the Pythian Nomos, said to depict Apollo's victory over a serpent with musical sections for battle, boast, and celebration. Not exactly bedtime, but absolutely a reminder that melodies can carry stories with muscle. He doesn't suggest you dramatize any battles, no thanks, sleep first. But he encourages the village to notice how your refrain already divides into call, draw, step aside, and together, a little narrative spine inside the rule. The realization makes the final note feel like a period that earned its place. Eventually, as shadows lengthen, The boundary stone stands at ease in torchlight again. Both families approach with the familiarity of people who have shared markets and mischief since forever. A cousin hums the home note and taps the stone lightly, as if waking a friend without scaring breakfast. Names braid into the first verse. The refrain lifts them into neutral air where they can cool, and the second verse replaces names with neighbor, so no one stays stuck at the front of the story. Practice has turned into tradition so smoothly that everybody decides not to notice, which is how traditions prefer to arrive. Gradually you feel the instrument relax into your hands the way a road relaxes under feet that know where they're going. The Dorian mode no longer asks you to think. It asks you to trust. Mishaps still happen. An offbeat clap here. A boy too proud of his harmony there. But the song itself has become a small shepherd, leaning the crowd back toward measure before anyone reaches for words with edges. In this moment, musique is doing civic work, exactly as the old writers insisted it could, not by preaching but by rhythm, by making bodies agree first so minds can follow without sulking. Therefore the evening ends with an agreement made of breath and wood. Dawn will keep its two-part schedule. The refrain will start every morning and end every quarrel that tries to start before coffee. The lintel will receive its modest inscription. The tempo captains will keep their noble, deeply cool posts, and the goats will retain advisory status with no voting rights. A tray of sesame sweets circulates like a seal stamped on clay. The lyre rests for a heartbeat against your knee, warm wood, quiet shell, and the village hums itself toward confidence that tomorrow will be a little kinder. Afternoon loosens the tight, not the market tide around everyone's shoulders and leaves an easy warmth in the square, the kind that persuades benches to become listening posts. A shallow ring of stools grows near the fountain. Not quite a council, not merely a chat, and your lyre rests across your lap with that good patient weight of a tool that has remembered its job. The children who chalked queue marks now draw little waves by the curb, as if to remind the village that rhythm comes in pictures as much as in sound. A basket of figs and a jug of watered wine take the center like neutral witnesses. Chairs scrape softly as representatives from the two families arrive with manners polished to a near gloss. One aunt adjusts her shawl the way a captain trims a sail. One uncle decides the horizon is fascinating and refuses to look anywhere else. Everyone is polite in the way people are when they carry stories that would like very much to win and also to be forgiven. The priest finds a spot under the veranda and begins to carve patience into the afternoon by breathing slower than the rest of us. Neighbors make a semicircle that doesn't declare sides. The fountain offers its modest metronome, and the teenagers, promoted to tempo captains, take their posts with dignified grins. A few small children wriggle near their mother's hems, pretend not listening in that committed way that guarantees perfect recall later. You touch the yoke of the lyre and let your fingertips rest, not to summon attention, but to show that sound will follow story, not lead it. This meeting is for words first, melody after. Patience becomes the first instrument. You ask for the beginnings of each family's version, just the openings, like a poet sniffing the first line for weather. The hillside growers speak of saplings barely shoulder-high last year and already brave enough to drink from the seam in the rock. The harbor kin talk about dawn chores and bread schedules, of how waiting at the spring folds into the rest of the day like a hinge that keeps the door from sulking. Nobody says, fault. They narrate landscapes and calendars. Between admissions, the priest sprinkles a little practical memory. He mentions that Solon, long ago in another place, composed verses to persuade Athenians to accept reforms, using poetry as a walking staff for policy. That's mainstream history, and everybody nods at the idea that rhyme can pull more carts than argument when the road is dusty. If a law can be shaped into a melody the way an olive branch is woven into a wreath, maybe it will sit on door lintels with less complaining. Underfoot, dust scribbles its own commentary with each shuffle. You invite the harbor side to give a single sentence that contains what mornings feel like when the queue behaves. Bread rises on time. Simple, edible, obvious, good. The growers offer theirs. Roots drink without stealing. Again, honest and non-accusatory. Those 2 sentences are the stones you'll build on. The rest will be windows and light. The lyre stays silent a little longer, because silence is the grease that lets stubborn phrases slide into place. Meanwhile, you propose a structure, a verse for each family, then a bridge that belongs to both, then the refrain that the whole village already owns: 1 jar, 1 step, 1 neighbor. The shepherd nods from the back row, his reed pipe tucked behind his ear like a quill that wrote a morning. The teenagers practice a soft clap on 2 and a breath on the 3rd beat, anchoring the pulse without turning the moment into rehearsal. Everyone agrees the first verse should begin at the hill and taste faintly of time. Stories begin to loosen. A hillside grandmother remembers the terrace wall her father patched with patient stones, and how the saplings bend their pale leaves to listen when night breezes carry sea salt up the slope. A harbor aunt mentions the trick of sliding a jar into the quay without waking the younger children. Shoulders doing a dance only 1,000 mornings can teach. You catch verbs that taste like work and nouns that taste like the shared kitchen. Pride peeks in like a late-arriving cousin who knows he's expected but doesn't want to make a fuss. Olive groves step forward in the conversation with a personality of their own. Roots are polite explorers, the growers insist, tapping and tasting, following the old trickle lines that winter taught them. You translate without rearranging. Roots drink their share. That becomes the verse's spine. In return, the harbor group gets its truth honored. Dawn hands bread its patience. That goes in too. Words are bricks. Your job is mortar that doesn't stain the wall. Questions hover like careful bees. Can the verse for the growers include the old boundary wall that everyone's grandfather leaned against at sunset? Yes. Stones that don't wander. Can the harbor verse include the well-worn path from door to spring to oven, a ribbon of footprints that braids the morning? Absolutely. Steps that remember. Each phrase is an invitation for someone to recognize their life without flinching. Nothing in the song will draw a finger. Everything will draw a map. Listening turns the square into a soft bowl. You ask for the smallest details that carry the most meaning. The creak a certain bucket makes that tells you it's nearly full. The tilt of a sapling that tells a farmer which breeze carried news from the sea. The smell of the oven stone when it admits the day has started. These get tucked into imagery like almonds into honey, small, sweet, crucial. The priest keeps his face studiously bland, a sacred poker game that says, "All of you are right about your corner of the sky." Afterward, you test lines in your mouth before letting them escape. The Dorian mode waits without sulking, and when you finally let the strings settle under your thumb, the first notes arrive careful and clean, like a jug set on a step rather than thumped on a table. Roots drink their share. You sing, letting share land on the note that feels like enough. Dawn hands bread its patience. You answer, and the harbor faces relax, not because they're won, but because they're seen. The teenagers catch the pulse and keep it from wandering. Craft becomes visible as the verse begins to wear its shape. The hillside stanza leans into verbs that bend and sip. The harbor stanza trusts verbs that rise and hand over. Noun choice matters. Jar and loaf, root and stone, queue and path, terrace and tide. There's no you took or we deserve. Just this happens, and this is how we live. The lyre stitches the edges with gentle arpeggios that echo the fountains too quick. One long sigh. Metaphors ask to be introduced like cousins at a feast. You accept only the ones that don't come with knives. Water is a guest with a timetable. Roots are readers of maps written in rock. Dawn is a baker's assistant. The boundary stone is a chair that remembers where it sits best. These get nods because they are true enough to be useful and kind enough to be sung. Anything sharper you send back to the kitchen for more honey. Refrain placement becomes an architectural decision. It will close each verse like a well-fitted door and appear once like a lit window in the bridge. The words stay faithful to what the village already agreed. 1 jar, 1 step, 1 neighbor. You shift the melody 1 notch brighter on neighbor, and let it fall back to earth with a small satisfied hum, so that the law note tastes like comfort more than like a lecture. A child tests the last hum and triumphs at matching it. The square applauds the discovery as if it were new physics. Phrases for the bridge ask to carry history without picking old scabs. You propose stories braided in the shade. Because porches and vines know how to host memory without taking sides. A fisher suggests including the winter of the thin spring, when everyone hauled from the cove and returned with hands aching and pride softened by salt. That goes in. Salt taught us fairness. A grower adds the overflow year when both families sang together while baling. Now the bridge has song-emptied buckets. Old wounds acquire soft edges when music frames them like family photographs that someone dusted this morning. Harmony joins like a guest who knows the recipe. The alto line slides under Dawn hands bread, and props the phrase up the way a sister props a stool leg with a folded scrap of paper. A modest third finds a home above Root's drink, but the shepherd warns against indulgence. We are building a law-carrying tune, not a festival performance. The teenagers codify the limit. Two-part harmony on verses, unison on the refrain, so equality has a sound. That little policy earns grins. Workshop time arrives with its lovely chaos. You split the circle into two half-choirs, not by family but by comfort range, voices that like to sit lower and voices that prefer to lean higher. Everyone practices singing the other family's lines first, so empathy gets installed by muscle memory. It's clumsy at the corners and perfect in intent. Laughter cushions every near miss. The priest looks like a man trying very hard not to clap before the cadence lands. Syllables teach their own class. You trim any word that snarls the jaw at speed and replace it with one that rolls. Boundary marker becomes Horo stone, because the Greek sits better in the mouth here and everyone knows what it means. Rotation becomes dawn turn, which feels like something you can hold. A grandmother suggests swapping thirst for hunger in one draft because the ear hears sting in thirst, and that's not the mood you want. She is right, you issue a humble edit. Memory gets a cameo as the scribe, perched nearby with his wax tablet, hums the verses while he scratches cymbals. He marvels that writing catches the exact order of words while singing catches the order of breath. Both matter, he says, in different ways. He slips in a quirky tidbit for the curious. In Athens, juries were sometimes chosen by a clariterion, a lottery stone with slots and randomizing dice, because fairness wanted to be visibly accidental. The square files the image because it's delightful and because it proves that order knows how to be playful. Balance insists on a trial of pronouns. You test a line with we, and the room leans forward. You test it with they, and the room stiffens. We wins. It always does in songs meant for neighbors. The priest observes that drama in the theater often uses stickamithia, line-for-line exchanges, to balance voices, and this verse has borrowed the theater's spine. That's mainstream knowledge again, and it carries nicely across the square like a sail catching a cooperative wind. Truth sneaks in through technical choices. The Dorian backbone keeps everyone steady. A hint of Lydian light kisses certain syllables so pride remembers it has manners. You mark the final cadence with the small hand sign the priest taught yesterday, which keeps endings tidy and makes the law visible. You test the verse in a whisper, then at speaking volume, then barely above breath because morning voices don't like bravado. Each attempt learns something and forgets something else. Repetition is the teacher that remembers for you. Design questions pivot to staging without calling it staging. Where should people stand when they sing the first two verses in a larger gathering? Not in facing lines, that feels like a debate, but in a circle with the Horo stone, a member rather than a judge. Each family gets a stanza, but anyone can sing either. The bridge gets shared hands on shoulders for exactly 2 beats. The refrain belongs to the whole ring. No choreography is compulsory. All of it is obvious once you try. The square experiments until the pattern feels like furniture nobody notices because it always belonged. Guidelines for tone appear the way stars appear, one, then many. You ask the group to keep roots drink their share soft, like a promise to soil. You ask them to land bread rises on time, with a gentle tap so the oven hears its name but doesn't blush. The teenagers insist on a no-pointing agreement, not because anyone planned to point, but because rules prevent future silliness. The priest contributes the most practical detail of all. If tempers fray, the leader, whoever has the lyre, drops to humming only until voices catch the refrain again. It's a safety rope disguised as music. Imagery wants polishing like copper. You swap salt taught us fairness for salt taught us sharing, discovering that fairness can sound like a ledger while sharing sounds like a table. The villagers approve because dinner is their favorite constitution. On stones that don't wander, a child asks if stones can sleep. The new line writes itself, stones that rest. The square sighs with the satisfaction of a good synonym. Practice presses toward evening with the satisfying fatigue of hands that have done real work. People try the verses standing and seated, inside and outside, near the fountain and by the shrine, just to see where the sound nestles best. It turns out the terrace under the laurel hugs the alto and the square's open mouth returns the unison bigger than it left the lips. You choose both for tomorrow's daybreak and for the feast by the shore later. Small indoor voice for the serious part. Big outdoor voice for the celebration next chapter will invite. Draft verses finally sit quietly enough for the scribe to attempt a neat copy. He uses a mix of script and marks. Lyre sign here, 3 dots for the breath, a little wave for the fountain's slow beat, and the children crowd him like bees. He shares a quirky aside to keep them charmed. Some places used water clocks to time speeches, everyone knows that now, but a few mischievous speakers learned to tap the bass to make it slosh faster or slower. Whether that actually worked is uncertain. Historians are still debating this question. Yet the story lives because it's irresistible. Evening lays a thin silver on the harbor and leans a violet shoulder on the hillside. You gather both families for one last private run-through. A soft-lit rehearsal where pride is asked to sit at the door and do breathing exercises. Verse 1 hums about roots and stone. Verse 2 hums about bread and dawn. The bridge folds the winter and the overflow year into a small cloak. The refrain closes like a gate that never squeaks. Faces untense. Someone laughs, surprised by his own exhale. Someone else wipes an eye and blames smoke that hasn't been lit yet. Torches remain unlit because the light is still enough to see each other. The priest suggests a tiny ritual for tomorrow's public singing. Both families step toward the stone together, each laying 2 fingers on the inscription's top. 1 jar, 1 step, 1 neighbor. Then letting go at the same time so that the law has no fingerprints. You try it now simply to listen for any complaint from the air. There is none. The air approves of synchronized humility. Bread smells drift from 3 kitchens at once like a conspiracy for peace. Women laugh at a joke no one else is allowed to hear. Men pretend not to listen and then snort laugh anyway. Children rehearse the hand sign for the cadence because they adore having a small power that makes adults behave. The teenagers quietly set tomorrow's chalk lines and argue with extravagant seriousness about where the sunbeam will be at first light. They are probably both right. The sun loves to be predictable and mysterious by turns. Lantern wicks are trimmed indoors, and you sit a moment with the lyre alone, not to practice, but to thank it for not trying to be famous. Instruments that accept useful work without demanding applause are rare. Friends like that, rarer. You oil the yoke with a fingertip, check the tail knots, and wrap the shell in cloth the way a sentence wraps a truth. Lightly, with room to breathe. The plectrum goes into its pouch, the pouch into the scribe's care. Every small custody decision is oddly calming. Sea breath moves lazily through the alley and rings a clay wind bell with a voice that sounds like someone agreeing with someone else. The priest stops by on his way to the inn and leaves a fresh laurel sprig at the shrine, a thank you note in plant. He repeats just once that nomos means law and also a kind of song, and that any village that can hear its law has already walked halfway across the bridge of this problem. His smile has the geometry of a well-tuned interval. It rests the room. Moonrise starts stitching silver across the black water, and plans that have become habits decide to sleep. Tomorrow the melody will be carried to firelight. Tomorrow the verses will meet the larger ear of the village. Tomorrow the refrain will try its strength against appetite and applause. Tonight it has done enough. It has turned stories into something both families are willing to hum without flinching. That is not victory. That is neighborly architecture. Street cats sweep the square for crumbs with the professionalism of minor functionaries. A goat, forgiven for earlier reviews, snores like a small drum in a shed. The boundary stone finally appears to relax, which is nonsense, except that the nonsense feels helpful. You touch its upper edge in passing, not to bless it or blame it, but to include it, as if the object relations part of the universe also craves being named kindly. The stone, to its credit, remains a stone and does not reply with poetry. Kitchen doors close on their own sentences. Bread finishes rising. Ovens exhale. The hillside turns into a large, well-mannered silhouette. The harbor licks the quay with a patient tongue and says nothing about tomorrow's fish. Inside the inn, the bench where the first arpeggio was born has collected dust, chips, and a small reputation. Someone has chalked enough on the underside. Nobody knows who, and no one intends to erase it. Sleep tucks itself into the village one window at a time. The teenagers finally release their tempo duties to the crickets. The priest folds his cloak and laurel into a neat corner of the room because order likes to be praised even when it is asleep. You lay the lyre close enough to reach and far enough to respect. Verses drift through your head in that dreamy, half-bright way thoughts do when they've become furniture. The law note in your chest lands, satisfied, and does not ask for a final check. Evening stretches itself along the harbor like a satisfied cat, and the shore answers by laying out a table made of blankets, baskets, and the confidence of people who have cooked together for years. Torches wait with their pine resin patience, spears of mild light that the priest will kindle when the sky gives the cue. The lyre on your knee holds perfectly still, a polite guest who knows it has a toast to deliver. Salt taps your lips, time drifts from someone's bread, and the boundary stone, dragged down for symbolism and convenience, pretends it has always loved sunsets. Torches rise one by one, not as a grand gesture, but as if people were lighting their thoughts from the same candle. The resin catches, the flames breathe. Faces pick up a copper glow that makes everyone look like they've spent a day agreeing. Tempo captains lean against a low wall ready to nod the beat, half official, half proud. The priest keeps to the edge with his laurel, letting the evening do its own introductions. You clear your mind the way bakers clear boards. One sweep, no crumb left to start an argument. Families settle without stacking themselves into columns. A simple cluster that refuses to be a diagram. Elders sit where sea breeze kisses are easiest to count, while cousins sprawl in that athletic way youth declares ownership of gravity. A wide clay bowl appears with olives slicked in oil and riddled with garlic that doesn't apologize. A jug of watered wine moves on hands that behave like well-rehearsed dialogue. When someone jokes about first draws, laughter comes without edges. The joke lands in the basket with the figs, soft and edible. Waves keep their steady syllables. A small choir rehearsing the same idea until it becomes wisdom. Their rhythm, 2 kisses and a longer sigh, is exactly the one the fountain taught earlier, except the sea spent eternity getting good at it. You match the lyre to that slow metronome, down brush, up brush, hang, so that the first notes will stand on the ground the water makes. The priest nods once, and the teenagers mirror him because this is a village and good ideas volunteer for chores. Before any melody sneaks out, a greeting travels the shore. Hands touch shoulders, cheeks tap cheeks. Names confirm themselves aloud like passports of affection. The scribe rehearses a speech in silence and then wisely forgets it, tucking his tablet away. The goats of yesterday have been denied a VIP pass to tonight's proceedings. An administrative decision rendered with kindness and rope. Firelight stays on people, an ant says, or we'll be writing minutes about chewing. No one wants minutes tonight. Baskets arrive like small comets bearing good news. flatbread freckled with sesame, cheese that thinks it is a mild joke, fish baked in clay and cracked open with theatrical steam. A fisherman warns everybody to watch for bones and then adds, with a wink, that this fish had only responsible opinions when it was alive. Olive pits clink into a shared bowl with a sound that could almost be a percussion line. You bend low, brush the strings, and the harbor goes voluntarily quiet as an audience that forgot to be skeptical. Neighbors make a ring that politely leaves space for the boundary stone, which stands in the sand exactly between the two families, an object promoted to symbolism without a pay raise. A cousin lifts a lantern to eye level. Another cousin rests her palm on the stone's top as if testing whether it remembers kindness. The priest offers the smallest blessing. May the law we hear be the law we keep. Nobody claps. The line is not applause hungry. Your thumb finds the home note. Your breath finds the length of the waves. The first arpeggio chooses to be humble. Between your hands and the shell, Dorian rises like a well-behaved stare. The refrain waits just beyond the porch of the verse, and you begin where the hillside lives. Roots drink their share, landing share on that enough note everyone practiced until it felt like satisfied bread. Voices lean in. You can hear time and stucco and the thin silver of the sea balancing on the phrase. Then the harbor answers with its life. Dawn hands bred its patience, the line releasing like a jar that knew it would be set down carefully. The ring exhales. The stone does not move. The night approves. Somewhere near the baskets, a child forgets to be wiggly and becomes an antenna, mouth open, eyes reflecting flame. A dog shuffles twice and settles on the beat like it wants to keep doing this job forever. The teenagers tap knees in the too short, one long pattern until the whole shore unconsciously adopts the habit. The priest folds his hands and closes his eyes, listening not for errors but for the moment where the law turns into a song people will keep when their mouths are busy with breakfast. Under the verse, your fingers place small lights. A polite turn before stones that rest, a gentle drop on steps that remember. The alto line threads under dawn hands bread, shy and helpful, and then vanishes for the refrain because equality has to sound like something. When one jar, one step, one neighbor arrives, it does not arrive like a rule. It arrives like a porch light that has been there so long nobody points at it anymore. People don't smile exactly. They unclench, which is better, because smiles come and go but unclenching suggests tomorrow. Across the firelit faces, two elderly brothers perform their nightly ritual of muttering, except they don't. Their mouths open with the reflexes of seasons and then fail to locate a complaint that fits into this tempo. The stone steals a little brag from the corner of their eyes, and both decide to reserve judgment until dessert. The priest, no stranger to mutterers, glances at you with a half-laugh that means good trick. It isn't a trick. It's grammar, perhaps out of mischief. The sea kicks a brighter wave and some spray leaps the rocks, baptizing ankles. Nothing important gets wet except the crankiest corner of the argument. People laugh, a communal shrug that flings off whatever rust the day didn't have time to organize. You roll a second verse around the ring with the same patient geometry, letting the bridge hold those old stories. Salt that taught sharing, song that emptied buckets, while leaving every name uninjured. The bridge, you realize, is the moment when memory decides to be furniture instead of weapon. Older ones take to singing the easiest syllables first, then the next easiest until they are in the middle without noticing how they got there. Younger ones prioritize harmony, wander a note too far, and then recover because the refrain shakes its head kindly until they return. The teenagers watch the fountain in their minds and keep time with their shoulders. The scribe hums not in tune but in love with the fact that words are holding. Culture right now looks like fire on faces, second-person verbs, and a plectrum that refuses to leave your wrist. Meanwhile, the practical, everyday world refuses to stand down entirely. A late pot clinks, somebody sneezes because pepper is a tyrant, and a cup tips against a stone and survives through sheer self-respect. The song slides around these noises like a stream around stones, changing shape without changing intent. You adjust tempo by a hair and the ring follows as if it had intended to anyway. The mutterers finally smile at a rhyme they didn't expect to like. Gentle debate lives in the margins even tonight. One ant favors a breath after one jar because it feels respectful. Another prefers no breath because the phrase should behave as one idea. You try both. The group votes by stomach noise, which is both profoundly unscientific and somehow accurate. Breath wins on odd-numbered refrains. No breath on even. The teenagers record this in their memories where important things go. How many figs are left? Where the extra chalk sleeps? Which cadence makes uncles civilized? Beyond the circle, an oarsman passing with a coil of rope slows and then stops entirely, caught by the refrain as a moth is by a lamp it didn't realize it needed. He leans on the coil and nods to nobody particular as if someone across time was keeping score. Boats hold still in the lazy chop, their prows making small, approving furrows. The shore smells like fish, cinnamon, smoke, and agreement. You slide the plectrum under your finger and test a quieter strum. The sound digs in without pushing. The law note lands. Around the baskets, food becomes a democracy. Plates travel left to right out of respect for a superstition invented 10 minutes ago. A cousin with an enviably dry sense of humor declares it a rule and then anchors it with a couplet, because everything today likes to be sung. Someone mentions, to general delight, that at symposia in distant cities guests once played catabos, flicking wine dregs at targets for points, and the priest coughs exactly once to suggest that tonight the only game is listening. Whether catabos ever visited small coastal feasts is a topic for specialists. Historians are still debating this question. Eventually the priest raises his hand and asks for the name's verse to be tried aloud. Not whispered in rehearsal but spoken into the fire. Both families oblige without making it a competition. Myra's jar, then Dion's. Alc's jar, then Nico's. Names braided with a tenderness that works precisely because nobody says the word tender. Hands touch the Horo's stone at the same time and release at the same time. A choreography of small civics. The refrain follows, gentled by the sea's quiet approval. The two elderly brothers forget again to mutter. Nobody helps them remember. Finally, the light deepens to that ink blue that persuades even noisy thoughts to take their shoes off. You turn the lyre ever so slightly so the soundboard faces the ring, and the instrument gives back more than it owes, a polite refund of resonance. The priest drifts a phrase into the air about how paeans to Apollo once closed ceremonies and festivals across the Greek world. A mainstream reminder that music has been doing administrative work since long before anyone here learned to bargain with olives. The conclusion he doesn't say out loud is the one the village has already reached. Close this feast with a song and there will be fewer stones moved and more stones resting. After a sip of water that tastes exactly like relief, you guide everyone into the quietest possible version. Almost a whisper, the sound a jar makes just before it leaves the lip of the spring. That hush proves the melody can hold without applause, that the rule can travel in a pocket, that no one needs permission to start humming it at dawn. When the last neighbor lands, a small wave answers with exquisite comic timing, and the ring breaks into the soft laugh people save for coincidences that feel like friendship. Overhead, the first star auditions for lead and gets the part. Someone ties a bit of yarn around the lantern handle to remember a good idea later. Someone else uses a fig leaf to polish a soundboard because lore demands experiments. A child asks whether the law note can be planted like a seed, and a gardener answers yes without blinking. You trust that answer more than you trust your ability to explain ratios tonight. The plectrum swings from your wrist and decides not to fall. The universe recognizes effort. Nightfall invites stories to sit down and behave. The bridge gets repeated by three elders who didn't know they wanted to sing. The alto line hops under bread, like a small fish under a boat. The refrain tightens and then relaxes as faces discover they can share oxygen and also opinions. A tray of sesame sweets travels like a comet with sugar crash in its tail. When the plate returns empty, somebody scribbles a vote with a fig stem. Weekly sweets as tax to Apollo for keeping us in tune. Everyone supports this legislation. Silence, the good kind, strolls the sand between songs and sees it as welcome. The priest uses one pocket of quiet to seed a curious fact. The double-reed aulos, often worn with a leather strap called a forbia to steady the cheeks, could whip crowds into faster emotion than the lyre. Cities sometimes debated which instrument belonged where. If the question sneaks into future evenings, feast or festival, flute or strings, the village can decide by watching which choice makes neighbors breathe at the fountain's pace. Historians are still debating this question at scale. The shore tonight seems comfortably decided. Closing the formal part happens without anyone calling it formal. You set the lyre down, let palms cool on pottery, and release the shoulders you had no idea were holding your ribs in a polite prison. People shift into talking again, not about the argument, but about nets that need mending, dough that needs shaping, roofs that want tomorrow's attention. The refrain keeps running as a low tide inside them. No one singing, everyone carrying. The boundary stone notices nobody noticing it, which is the best kind of attention it could ever hope to receive. Stories pile up like cushions. A fisherman claims he once heard a paean at sea. Men rowing to a tune that scolded the wind into a more cooperative mood. A potter swears amphory stacked along a theater wall made the actor's lines clearer by accident. A proto-acoustic hack written in clay. Whether amphory actually functioned as resonators on purpose is the kind of puzzle scholars enjoy. Historians are still debating this question. The teenagers pretend to be bored and absolutely are not. Firelight lowers itself a notch, imitating good listeners. Someone asks whether the inscription above the council house should include a tiny lyre sign next to the words, and a chorus of yes answers before you can. The scribe volunteers to carve tomorrow if the knife behaves and the wood agrees. If the village prefers stone, the potter says she will lend tools and gossip to encourage craftsmanship. Writing, everyone quietly understands, is the nap a song takes to keep from getting cranky. Laughter finds its own footpaths now, waking at small jokes and going back to bed quickly. A boy tries to whistle the law note and manages only a breeze. His grandparent closes his fingers around the sound like catching a moth and hands it back. A girl attempts to clap the too short, one long pattern while walking backward and discovers that physics is real. She asks whether Apollo cares about choreography. The priest smiles and says the god cares about order that stays kind, and any steps that help get extra laurel. Harbor dark grows thicker in the corner where boats dream of tomorrow. On the far rock, a lantern with a careful soul marks the safe edge of the evening. A polite north star for neighbors who need to fetch one more thing. The goats, blessedly absent, manage to contribute a faint chorus from the hill out of sheer stubbornness. The lyre rests against your calf like a cat deciding it can trust you to hear a story without interrupting. Bread smells send everyone a message shaped like permission. It's time to let the feast turn into dishes and the dishes into clean boards and the clean boards into beds. The priest murmurs that in some places crowds close nights with a communal good night on one pitch and keep it simple out of respect for the moon. He suggests the same here, one gentle note, any voice altogether. The village tries. The sound lands in the sand and refuses to make footprints, which is exactly the right amount of magic for a weekday. Wind shepherds the last sparks upward. The teenagers collect chalk and tuck it behind their ears like ambitious thoughts. The scribe covers his tablet as a mother covers a sleeping child. The boundary stone earns a farewell touch from both families. Not because anyone has to, but because hands like sending clear messages. You gather the lyre, wrap the shell, and slide the plectrum into its pouch. Rituals that train muscle to remember what the brain might drop in the morning rush. Paths back into the village accept feet with the old hospitality. Doorways exhale lamplight, then inhale again as curtains pull soft. Somewhere a cat declares the feast a success by being smug. Somewhere else a baby sighs as if the refrain settled the price of air. The priest thanks the sea under his breath. The sea answers by being itself. You step through the square and hear the fountain practicing the tempo that will be needed in a handful of hours. Too quick, one long, polite, firm, awake. Home is a bed you did not own yesterday but understand tonight because song builds houses out of breath. The lyre leans within reach. The laurel sprig near the shrine leaves its scent in the hallway like an afterthought with excellent timing. Sleep begins before the room remembers to ask for it. Your last waking thought is not a plan, not a promise, just the law note lying there like a smooth stone you picked up by the shore. It fits the pocket of the heart and does not rattle. Morning wanders back into the square with the lazy dignity of a cat that owns several bakeries and at least one boat. The sea does its calm syllables against the quay, 2 kisses and a sigh, and the fountain answers from the center with the same grammar, as if the village learned its language overnight. Firelight is only a memory on people's cheeks, but the melody you planted has decided to stay awake. It rides in the low-hum neighbors' trade while tying aprons and untying old opinions. The lyre rests against your knee again, sun on its curve, patient as a good broom before a party. Nothing dramatic is scheduled, only a listening circle, which is either the easiest thing or the bravest, depending on how much pride had for breakfast. Benches bloom like mushrooms around the fountain basin, leaving a generous space in the middle where words can step out without bumping into knees. The priest stands back beneath the veranda, laurel tucked behind his ear the way a carpenter tucks a pencil, telegraphing, "I am here, not in charge." Tempo captains, 2 teenagers who now walk with tiny invisible capes, take their posts near the edge to nod when feelings try to sprint. A clay bowl for olive pits plants itself beside the boundary stone, because even reconciliation appreciates a tidy table. Your lyre string hums under your thumb as if to say, "Call me only when sentences need help." Guidelines arrive not as rules but as napkin notes. Speak from your own kitchen. Say what the morning feels like. Let the other person finish their syllables. Keep voices at the fountain's pace. End with the line everyone knows. It is not complicated. The square breathes in and agrees. A fisherman volunteers a bell made from a cracked cup. 1 soft ring means reset to the refrain. 2 rings mean pass the pebble to the next voice. The priest adds a small ritual. Touch the Horo's stone for 1 heartbeat before speaking, so that bodies remember this is civic, not theater. That touch steadies hands more efficiently than a lecture could. Tradition sneaks in wearing everyday clothes. A grandmother remarks that councils in towns big and small often began with a libation, a drop of wine for good order and good listening. Somebody pours 3 breaths of watered wine at the base of the laureled shrine. Nobody asks the gods to take sides. This is mainstream stuff. Symposia long ago mixed wine with water to keep tongues friendly and nights durable, and assemblies opened with offerings because moderation needed an usher. The teenagers, who have been given exactly as much wine as you'd give a sparrow, stick to water and authority. First voice belongs to the hillside. An ant with a scarf patterned like terraces presses her palm to the stone and explains, without accusing, how saplings drink more bravely than schedules, how last winter's mildness made roots forget their inside voice, how bread rises better if jars return full before sunlight becomes bossy. She does not say the other family. She says mornings and we. The bowl takes an olive pit. The air stays cool. The refrain waits like a porch light you can flip without spectacle. Harbor answers with a soft jaw and both hands open. An uncle with a face salted by wind admits the dawn cue sometimes phrase when nets misbehave. How a broken float at first light can yank patience out by the roots. How his father taught him to count steps by the shadow of the square's eastern column. He does not say the growers. He says days and work. The cracked cup bell thinks about ringing and decides not to. Your lyre string stays sleeping. The fountain keeps time. Technique matters more than anyone expected. You ask both sides to turn "you did" into "I felt." And the grammar swap acts like oil on a door that squeaked for decades. A cousin says, "I felt rushed when the line grew crooked." And a neighbor answers, "I felt invisible when the jar was heavy and my name was forgotten." Nobody catches fire. The tempo captains lead a breath. 2 short, 1 long, and a woman laughs that the village has accidentally invented choir yoga. Whatever works. You nod, and the string under your thumb warms without sound. Memory lifts a corner of the carpet. Someone mentions the wrong o'clock feast 8 summers ago when an ant fell off a stool and blamed the moon. Someone else says the spring overflowed that same week, a vivid puddle that made children expert at ships. The priest smiles into his hand and offers a crisp bit of mainstream context. Cities often appointed private arbitrators, dietitae, to help neighbors settle matters before dragging them to public court, and rural communities borrowed the spirit if not the paperwork. Whether this exact village ever named formal arbitrators is unclear. Historians are still debating this question, but the habit of calm talk before loud law rings true all over the Greek map. Odd facts spice the stew without stealing the vegetables. The scribe produces a handful of ostraca, broken pottery sherds. He uses as scratch paper and jokes that in big cities such pieces once bore names for ostracism votes, while here they are shopping lists and practice letters. A teenager flips one and reads a neat line, "Bring oil, don't forget time," which is exactly the kind of democracy the square prefers today. If pebbles and potsherds can carry verdicts, so can songs. The village likes the arithmetic of that. Edges of truth scrape and then soften. A harbor woman admits she once resented the new rows of saplings because they looked like extra chores disguised as trees. A hillside man confesses he sometimes resented boats for stealing the strong cousins at dawn. Resentment is honest. It's also incorrect math. You wrap both confessions in the bridge line the village knows, "Salt taught us sharing," and repeat it until the sentence wears pajamas instead of armor. The cracked cup bell finally rings once for refrain, and everyone joins, not as an audience, but as owners. Practice turns into small experiments. An elder proposes a game. Each side tells a good story about the other family's hardest season. The growers recall the winter of the thin spring when harbor folks hauled seawater for soaking nets and shared bread even when bread was impatient. The harbor people retell the overflow year when both families sang while bailing, and the hill smelled blissfully like wet time and victory. This swap places compliments where blame usually sits and confuses pride so thoroughly it forgets to glare. Ritual borrows the stone for a minute. Anyone speaking touches the horos gently and says their own name before their sentence, as if to remind the world that statements come with human warranties. "Myra," a voice says, "I once moved a bucket ahead because my baby woke late. I should have asked." "Dion," another says, "I thought you did that to spite us. I was wrong." The pebble voice passes. The bell stays silent. The shepherd's dog, which has promoted itself to assistant moderator, sighs at exactly the right beat. Scholarship wanders through with its sleeves rolled up. The priest mentions that some places taught maxims as songs. "Know yourself, nothing in excess, surety brings ruin." So children could memorize ethics while running errands. Whether villages consistently used melodic law is a lively academic yodel. Historians are still debating this question, but local evidence is piling up in your favor. Refrain equals behavior. The scribe scribbles a smile he promises to carve later next to the words above the door. Food interrupts with authority, because even wisdom has a lunch break. A crater appears, the mixing bowl of moderation, with wine thinned to conversational honesty. 3 ladles water to 1 ladle wine. The old ratio that lets sense walk home unaccompanied. Flatbread with sesame floats around the circle. And someone produces a dish of cucumbers whose only ambition is to be crisp. The priest pours a few drops on the ground for order, routine as brushing crumbs, and the circle thanks the ground for sponsoring civility. History peeks in with a bow. A grandmother reminds the crowd that public feasting is as old as trust. Some polis funded meals for certain citizen groups, and Homer's lines long ago made a point of meat divided fairly. Whether this coastal hamlet has always done one plate, one portion is more tradition than inscription, but nobody minds the fuzzy footnote. The point is plates. They go around. Nobody hoards fennel unless fennel court is convened later with full due process and plenty of jokes. Grievance returns, softer in the jaw. An older uncle with sandals worn down to confession territory clears his throat and chooses a story about an olive sapling, a storm, and a goat with peculiar ideas about horticulture. He believed, truly believed, the harbor cousins laughed when the goat performed its critique. He carried the laugh like a hot coal for 3 summers. A harbor cousin shakes her head and says the laugh belonged to a child learning what goats do. Nobody laughed at the sapling or at the man. Regret for the misunderstanding arrives with both hands extended. The refrain becomes a bridge across that tiny, stubborn river. Perspective gets a practical chore. You ask each person to tell the other family's mourning as if it were their own. Growers say, I rise to dark, check the nets in my head, measure bread with shadows, hear gulls blame the day. Harbor voices answer, I step to the terrace, check saplings with a fingertip, feel roots reading rock, hear wind carry salt uphill. The square doesn't clap. It exhales the way ovens do when bread agrees to be bread. Empathy has found its shoes. Mapping replaces guessing. A stretch of damp sand near the fountain becomes a timeline, and toes draw years. Drought marks lean like ribs. Overflow years puff like blankets. A child adds a row of little dots for days when the queue ran late. Another dots days when it ran early. Patterns show up the way constellations do. Once traced, inevitable. The priest notes that cities kept similar annals on tablets or in memories saved by old men with good chairs. Whether this place will keep a formal record is for the scribe and his wax to decide. The sand makes a persuasive draft. Language gets coached like an athlete. Words such as always and never are benched, often, sometimes, and on the days when take the field. Metaphors are checked for sharp corners. Roots steal becomes roots drink eagerly. Cousins cut becomes cousins hurry. The cracked cup bell rings once whenever an old phrase with teeth tries to show up. It becomes a game. Catch the bite, replace it with bread. The teenagers keep score by grinning. Music works like a secret spring under the floorboards. Whenever a sentence threatens to turn into a staircase, your thumb drops the home note and the room steps on it, which is to say the room remembers the stairs were built to be climbed carefully. The Dorian line slips a reassuring arm through the language. Nobody is hypnotized. Everyone is simply reminded, gently, rhythmically, that neighbors breathe the same air and cue the same verbs. It's civic housekeeping with a soundtrack. Cork slips back in for dessert. The priest produces a little wreath of bay leaves and records, with mock solemnity, that some banquetiers in distant cities wore wreaths to ward off headaches while mixing thinking with drinking. The teenagers, who are old enough to appreciate ritual and young enough to think wreaths are simply excellent, crown the cracked cup bell. It becomes the most respected piece of crockery in 3 counties and rings with improved self-esteem. Debate visits in a friendly tunic. Someone wonders whether music fixes anything or merely sugarcoats it. Someone else asks if laws sung are laws weakened. You offer the oldest answer that still feels honest. Music does not replace rule. It recruits the parts of a person that rule cannot reach. Philosophers wrote seriously about modes shaping character. Soldiers marched to pipe and drum. Harvesters sang to pace scythes. Whether melodies change behavior because of acoustics or because of community ritual is a question with many scrolls and no single spine. Historians are still debating this question. The square decides empirically. Today is better than yesterday. Silence is given a chair. For 3 breaths the circle just listens to the fountain and the unrepeatable music of feet shifting on stone. That pause reveals the shape of pride as a mountain that looks softer in evening shadow. A rigid uncle studies his sandals, the famous posture of men about to admit something, and hums the last note under his breath the way one checks the depth of a well with a pebble. He says a cousin's name and asks if tomorrow they can draw together for the first few jars, just to prove the song means something. Consent is 2 syllables long and arrives without scraping. Humor keeps the peace without bragging. An ant proposes a queue mascot. A small painted pebble shaped like a fig to pass along as each turn finishes. A tactile reminder that the line is a recipe. The teenagers paint it in exactly 90 seconds with charcoal and charm. The pebble's name is immediately debated and, after a democratic process involving entirely too much laughter, the village christens it next. Policies like this are how cities are run, just with more marble and fewer figs. Craft takes the floor wearing an apron. The scribe reads out a tidy version of the pact for the council house lintel. 1 jar, 1 step, 1 neighbor. Beneath it, in smaller letters, he proposes to carve a line from the bridge. Salt taught us sharing. Not as a rule, but as a memory. Whether small communities commonly mix proverb and statute in the same inscription is a matter that would thrill a cataloger. Historians are still debating this question. But the village loves the idea because it tastes like bread with olives. Ethics gets hands dirty with logistics. Who cleans the basin when leaves settle? Who chalks the tiles when rain scuffs them? Which cousins hold the cracked cup bell on market days? Tasks are assigned the way seeds are planted. By season and by who enjoys the chore. No heroics, just small vows. The priest recommends tying the plectrum pouch to a nail inside the council house so law and song has an address. You add a practical note. Keep spare strings with the wax tablet, because memory and music both need patches. Weather lends a hand by being indecisive. A stray cloud cools the square. The fountain thickens its voice. The sea's sigh slows a fraction. Everyone subconsciously follows the tempo change, proving again that law and melody are co-conspirators when they mind the same breeze. The dog confirms by yawning on the beat, a demonstration the teenagers will tell later with heroic embellishment. Everything small is doing big work. Philosophy peeks in from between the laurel leaves. The priest, in a tone that does not ask for agreement, muses that harmonia, means fitting things together, like ship planks or syllables or morning chores. He says some say the cosmos sings, others that the metaphor sings us. Whether the Pythagoreans actually heard the harmony of the spheres or simply felt it in the spine of mathematics is one of those noble arguments that keep scholars busy and gentle. Historians are still debating this question. The square registers this with the appropriate nod. Grateful, curious, but late for bread. Faces relax into that particular ease that appears after chores shared and sweets distributed. The two elderly brothers perform the ancient ceremony of mutual pretending. Each pretends the other didn't just offer to carry the heavier jar tomorrow, and each pretends not to notice the pretending. It works. A girl leans against the Horos stone and traces the carved word with a finger, not to check spelling, but to give the object a chance to feel included in the amnesty. The stone demonstrates excellent stone behavior. Waves call time without scolding. The circle unspools into small errands. The way feasts dissolve into dishwater and gossip does its cooling job. The teenagers chalk a fresh, neat queue snake with arrows so beautiful even goats would respect them, and decide to teach the younger kids the hand sign for the cadence because power, properly administered, loves succession planning. The priest leaves laurel and a thank you under the shrine eave, an invoice stamped paid in fragrance. Preparation for tomorrow looks like unglamorous kindness. A harbor cousin sharpens a knife for the scribe's carving. A hillside ant gathers red yarn for the first round ends here jug ribbon. A fisherman promises to bring a spare rope to guide the line when festival crowds enlarge the village to twice its bravery. These are tiny promises with the wattage of lanterns. Your lyre gets a drop of oil on its yoke and the smallest massage against the shell where the evening sits. Sunset gives the square a copper rinse and asks everyone if they've had enough. The answer is a satisfied sound rather than a word. The cracked cup bell, recently promoted, rings once for "We're good." The boundary stone enjoys an unusual amount of friendly patting and resists the urge to write poetry. The fountain goes on talking because fountains believe in continuity. That's their hobby. The air tastes like bread that is almost but not quite cool. Walk back toward the inn follows a path braided from calmer breath. The laurel at the shrine releases a thread of scent you could almost tune to the home note if you held still long enough. Distant gulls rehearse tomorrow's commentary, and a child practices the too short, one long clap with such earnest devotion that the moon files a complaint about adorable noise. Your hands rest, but the melody does not need them. It travels now on other lungs, other ribs, other mornings that will quietly explain themselves to the spring. Reflection comes with the lamp, that golden circle that turns rooms into sensible arguments. The law note you chose with the village rests somewhere between shoulder and chest, the part of the body that keeps promises without needing to make a speech. Old wounds did not vanish. They acquired manners and a soundtrack. Softer edges do not mean weaker. They mean safer to live with. Tomorrow the line will draw itself. Tomorrow jars will remember the order. Tomorrow neighbor will keep its last note in the right pocket. Sleep slips through the shutters with the gentleness of a settlement that did not need signatures to believe itself. The lyre leans within reach not as a hero, only as a friend with a good memory. From the square, the fountain's tempo floats in, the too short, one long heartbeat of a village that remembered how to hear itself. The night edits the day into a story fit for pillows. And the boundary stone, having been allowed to retire from theater, settles back into the career it loves best. Being heavy, being sure, being exactly where neighbors agree it belongs. Afternoon leans its golden elbow on the council house lintel as neighbors drift back to the square. Not for verdicts, but for story time with purpose. Lanterns doze on hooks, not quite needed, while the fountain rehearses the same too short, one long pattern it's been teaching your pulse. A ring of cushions appears with the spontaneity of well-trained kindness. The lyre rests against your knee, newly tuned, ready to carry a tale you've promised to keep gentle. The old contest between a reed and a string, pride and poise, Marsyas and Apollo. Nobody here wants a tragedy. Everybody here wants a lesson that doesn't scold. Myth arrives like a polite guest, removing its sandals at the threshold. A satyr named Marsyas finds a pair of pipes, the aulos, sparked into the world by a clever goddess. He plays, becomes famous fast, and then does the risky thing ambition loves. Issues a challenge to Apollo, lord of light and lyre. Not a sword fight, not a storm, just music, which is the best kind of contest because after it's over someone can still bake bread. You hold the room with a small smile and promise to leave out the scary parts the old poets sometimes added like too much salt. Athena steps into the prologue with a quirk. Some versions say she invented the aulos first, tried it, and saw in a pool that the playing face puffed and strained in ways that didn't match her brand. She set the instrument aside not because pipes are lesser, but because every craft has a costume and hers was clarity. That's mainstream lore, carried on vases and fragments of lines. Whether her goodbye involved a curse or only a shrug remains one of those details scholars sort through like fishermen sorting small, insistent silver. Historians are still debating this question. Preparation for the telling looks like kindness disguised as tuning. You brush a Dorian scale along the strings so the square's shoulders remember how to drop. The shepherd brings his reed pipe for the aulos voice and adjusts the little mouthpiece with a ritual that looks suspiciously like respect. The priest finds a corner and folds himself into patient listening. Both families take places without forming opposing columns, because tonight isn't a foot race. It's a mirror held up to the part of a village that wants to win more than it wants to eat together. Differences between instruments get a friendly tour. Strings sing by vibration you can see. Reeds sing by vibration your lips can feel. Both ask lungs to behave. The lyre likes to lay its logic in steps, a staircase that shows where your foot goes next. The aulos loves long roads and sudden hills, the way wind makes calendars on the sea. Neither is better everywhere. Each is perfect somewhere. You let that sentence sit as a pre-lesson lesson. Tools don't fight. People do. Curiosity brings a small oddity gift-wrapped. Double reeds on an aulos can be so lively that players tie a forbia, a leather strap, around the head to support cheeks and keep air steady, and some performers even practice circular breathing so the melody never falls over. It's a party trick and a craft at once. The teenagers crane their necks to see how the strap would work, then decide to repeat the word 3 times because it tastes good. If you ever wanted proof that vocabulary can be a toy, this is it. Performance begins with you narrating what Marsyas does right. He practices, he delights, he makes the forest less lonely. Then he makes a decision that every cousin who ever wrestled a goat will recognize. He confuses applause with invincibility. Let's play for keeps. He tells the god of measured sunlight, which is a bit like challenging the sea to a water-carrying contest. You try a friendly line on the lyre. The shepherd replies with a bright pipe phrase. The square hears skill shake hands with courage. Judges, in most tellings, are the muses, the 9 who keep art from wandering off cliffs. Place, in most tellings, is Phrygia, where Marsyas is at home, though some swear Delphi hosted, as Delphi often does when decisions want to be carved in memory. Both settings make sense for different reasons, and both appear on pottery and pages the way a tune reappears in new modes. Which landscape actually framed the contest is one of those pleasant puzzles that refuses to be cornered. Historians are still debating this question. Notes fly like well-behaved swallows. The aulos unfurls passion in Phrygian color. The lyre answers in Dorian steadiness. You and the shepherd keep the conversation friendly. No showing off, only showing. The square hears how one instrument kindles heat the way olive oil catches flame, and how the other pours light that helps hands see what to do at dawn. Both are useful. Both are beautiful. Both can lead feet to good or bad places depending on the map a heart carries. Fairness enters, wearing a referee's smile. Some versions say Apollo adds a condition in the second round, play upside down, or sing while playing. A trick that strings can manage and pipes can't. If the story goes that way, you say so carefully because some audiences hear cleverness and others hear a god inventing a rule mid-game. Was it a trick? Was it a test of mastery? Or a parable about choosing the right contest in the first place? Reasonable listeners can disagree, and the village does so with respectful eyebrows. Comparison lands gently in the square. Your spring schedule needed clear rules before anyone queued. Not in the middle while jars were already lifted. That's the Marsyas lesson you're interested in. Set terms kindly, set them early, and make sure both sides can actually do what the terms require. When neighbors share the sheet music, nobody has to switch instruments in the second verse. You let the line sit until the fountain nods. Volunteers step forward to be muses for a minute. Children and aunties hold up olive leaves, not as ballots, but as heard-you signs. The shepherd plays a sweet Phrygian flourish. You answer with a Dorian cadence that says, enough. The leaves tilt for both, because the point tonight is not victory. It's vocabulary. If you can name what different sounds do to a room, you can choose them on purpose later instead of letting a mood choose you. Midas wanders into the story wearing his famous crown and a new humility. One branch of the myth says he judged the contest poorly, choosing pipes over strings, and Apollo, not charmed by his taste, gifted him a pair of long, memorable ears. In later comedy, that detail becomes a cautionary whisper about flattery and hearing. You skip the mockery and keep the kindness. When a friend tells you the room is getting sharp, believe them. A haircut doesn't fix listening, but a pause may. Moral clarity likes examples more than slogans. You point at last night's feast and the moment when laughter wanted to outrun the refrain. The tempo captains nodded, the lyre dropped to humming, and everybody returned on the law note without bruised pride. That's the opposite of Marsyas' problem. He doubled down when listening would have done. You turn that into a tiny exercise. Play a phrase too fast, then invite the square to breathe once and answer slower. The difference turns cheeks to relief. Shepherd energy brings the reed pipe back into the center, and the two of you stage a little contest that isn't. He leads. You follow. Then you lead and he follows, demonstrating that leadership in music is a verb that takes turns. Villagers notice how the instruments blend when neither tries to be the only sky. A girl with quick eyes whispers that it looks like drawing water and stepping aside, and the priest files that metaphor under best possible outcomes. Legends gather around Marsyas like vines around a trellis. Some say a spring took his name and sings in a cave, not because of what was done to him, but because melodies tend to live where air is patient. Others say his students kept playing in groves, letting the pipes speak for those who had learned a costly lesson. You keep the story gentle. When pride rushes, sound gets thin. When listening leads, the grove remembers how to breathe. Romans adopt the myth and give it a civic job. In the forum a statue of Marsyas stood, arm raised, wineskin slung. So familiar that people used the spot as a notice board and, some say, a symbol for free speech among citizens who like to argue where everyone could see. Whether the statue tracked exactly to freedom of the little guy every year or only in certain eras is a historian's playground, historians are still debating this question. But the image is irresistible, a reminder in public that confidence can exist without cruelty. Collaboration returns as the village invents a better game. Two cousins, one from hillside, one from harbor, pair up to deliver the verses. The reed colors the memory of salt, the strings carry the measure for jars. Each gets spotlight for 8 heartbeats and then hands it over as if passing a cup. The chorus notices how applause feels different when it's really approval for the handoff. That feeling is a habit worth keeping. Generosity becomes sport for 5 minutes, because why not make virtue competitive in the most ridiculous way? Families try to outdo each other in volunteering the early slot tomorrow. Take dawn. We'll take sunbeam. No, you take dawn. You've got bread. The priest calls it a tie and declares the only prize to be an abnormally smug night's sleep. Everyone agrees to split ownership of the smugness 50-50. Origins of instruments drift onto the breeze like little questions with passports. Did the aulos wander into Greece from Anatolia with traders and their spices, or grow up locally from reed and curiosity? Were some pipes single, some double, and did regions prefer one flavor over another? Vase paintings, fragments, and literary crumbs draw a map with gaps. Musicologists stitch it with brave guesses and careful ears. Which path is the path is not pinned to the wall yet. Historians are still debating this question. Workshop instincts wake up in the teenagers, who propose a mode menu for daily life. Dorian for council, Lydian for feast, Hypodorian for bedtime, Phrygian for festivals only if someone stands by with watered wine and a bell. You applaud the taxonomy and add a gently ridiculous rule. If goats start offering musical critique, switch back to Dorian immediately. No one contests this regulation because goats remain on probation after recent events. Mishap, faithful as a dog, trots into the rehearsal and steals a sock. A string slides almost flat mid-phrase. The reed squeaks in protest. Somebody laughs a hair too loud. The tempo stumbles. You call the one-breath reset, lay the home note like a mat on the floor, and the room steps onto it together. The mistake turns into a memory of how we got back, which is more useful than how we fell down. Marsyas taught that without meaning to. Trick for pride prevention comes from somewhere between comedy and medicine. Try to hum while wearing your most triumphant face. The tone goes tight and silly. Try to hum with a listening face. The tone warms. The square practices with embarrassing success. Nothing scientific here, just a reminder that bodies tell truths mouths can't keep straight very long. The priest awards everyone an imaginary laurel for discovering biofeedback in the age before the term existed. Couplet time arrives because stories like takeaways that rhyme. When fingers outrun listening, the grove forgets to sing. When listening leads the fingers, the sunlight finds its ring. It's not Homer, but it sits in a mouth the right way, and the children rehearse it like a spell for calmer mornings. The couples who pretend not to love poetry love it anyway. You place the couplet between verse and refrain like a hinge that doesn't squeak. Scribe energy returns with a wax tablet and a grin. He proposes adding a tiny subscript under the council house inscription. Nothing heavy, just a small companion line etched in lighter hand. Play fair before you play loud. He promises to carve a little aulos next to the tiny lyre so future cousins remember that different tools, same village. Whether mixed icon inscriptions were common in hamlets like this is a catalog footnote for another day. Historians are still debating this question. But the village approves because pictures help on sleepy mornings. Priestly reflection wraps the lesson in one soft, usable sentence. Nomos, he reminds the square, means law. In music it also means a kind of set piece. Choose your nomos before the concert, and you won't need to invent fairness while emotions are already paid up front. He doesn't reject contests, he retires cruelty. The square files that away with bread recipes and shade maps. Children, naturally, steal the show at the end. 2 make a puppet play with an olive twig-crowned Apollo and a hollow reed named Marsyas. The twigs argue, then exchange hats, then decide to take turns deciding the game. The audience swoons at the plot twist called sharing. A baby claps on beat by accident, thereby winning the day. Accidents are welcome here when they're this cooperative. Night follows the lesson like a page following a headline, calm and inevitable. Stars pretend to be the muses for a second, nodding off on cue. The shepherd tucks his pipe away. You oil the lyre's yoke with a fingertip the way you'd oil a door that means to keep being kind. The boundary stone receives 1 friendly pat and, more importantly, 0 speeches. Marsyas has done his job without scaring anybody. He taught the square how to admire skill, choose fairness early, and keep rules from turning into tricks. Lanterns bead the path like tame stars as evening cool settles over the hillside, and the village gathers itself into a slow-moving sentence with the boundary stone as a comma. Soft flames wink in bowls of oil, reeds whisper in the ditch, and your lyre rides slung across your back so hands are free for rope, chalk, and small helpful gestures. The priest keeps to the middle like a punctuation mark that prevents run-on tempers, while elders claim the front for memory and teenagers drift to the sides for enthusiasm and unauthorized cartwheels. A breeze folds time into the air until the whole night smells like patience warmed on a low fire. The fountain's too short, 1 long rhythm trails behind you as a traveling heartbeat, and the sea answers with its steady, salt-sane hush. Footpaths braid ahead through terraces that step down toward the harbor. Each ledge a sentence fragment about stone, soil, and optimism. Farmers explain which rows are new, leaves still pale and impressed with their own chlorophyll, and which are old enough to pretend they invented olives. The priest suggests beginning the walk where the slope first learns manners, so the line can listen to the land before trying to talk over it. A basket with simple tools passes from hand to hand. Pegs, cord, a wax tablet, a knife, a pouch of red powder the potter calls borrowed sunset. Nobody announces rules. People just start behaving like rules exist and enjoy being useful. Neighbors keep the tone conversational because boundaries drawn in a whisper are easier to live beside. The hillside cousins narrate subtle changes in the spring's path when winter is generous or stingy. The harbor cousins point out the quickest routes to carry full jars without inviting gravity to perform a lesson. Each observation arrives wearing the pronoun we, which is more important than any tool in the basket. When someone forgets and says you, the teenagers execute a microscopic nod that reels the pronoun back home. It's adorable and surprisingly effective. Equipment earns its little moment on stage as the scribe kneels to unwind a length of cord, and the shepherd checks knots with the calm competence of someone who has negotiated anxieties out of rope before. Pegs are nothing fancy. Just straight bits of olive wood sharpened with the knife and rubbed with oil. But they look like promises that know how to stand up. The potter sprinkles a fingertip of red powder into a shallow dish with water. The brush is a twig chewed soft and excellent. Someone jokes that if the gods don't bless the line, at least the line will taste nice. The priest laughs and does not correct anyone, because humor right now is the other kind of incense. Priestly advice shows up in practical shoes. Begin at a place both families can find in any season, then borrow the sky to keep the ground honest. A stone already sits where the hillside meets the lower path, sun-baked and smug in its familiarity. The priest rests a palm there, murmurs a modest blessing whose grammar is mostly please, and invites the first peg to stand. No divine lightning, no omens, just people being careful on purpose. A jealous goat bleats from a tether and is ignored diplomatically by all parties. Stars take their places like ushers who know every seat. The priest points to a bright one sliding behind the ridge, Arcturus, and reminds anyone listening that farmers have watched such lights for centuries to guess what the season intends. Hesiod wrote about the Pleiades rising and setting as chores alarms, a mainstream bit of wisdom that has survived longer than many walls. Whether this exact hill tracks the same signs or prefers local gossip is negotiable. The point is that the sky keeps time if people keep paying attention. Teenagers test the word Arcturus on their tongues and decide it sounds like a boat that argues politely with storms. Hesiod becomes the uncle everybody quotes even if they haven't met him. When the Pleiades rise, someone recites, "The sickles want work," and grandmothers nod, pleased to hear literature report for duty. The priest adds, with cheerful honesty, that calendars squirm between regions, coast and upland, taking turns disagreeing about when exactly a star appears at dawn or dusk. This is the sort of delightful uncertainty that keeps scholars warm through winter. Historians are still debating this question. For tonight, the sky acts as witness, not clockmaker. The village needs a direction more than a date. Ropes unspool with that dignified hush that makes crowds behave. The scribe secures one end at the first peg, and two cousins carry the cord outward, keeping it off the ground so rocks don't throw opinions into the geometry. A boy holds a small plumb bob the potter hammered from scrap lead. It's not an elegant dioptra. Those belong to fancy cities and later centuries. But it's enough to teach the cord humility when wind tries comedy. People measure with bodies, not marble. A certain number of paces to the next peg. Footprints counted in underbreath numbers that sound like lullabies for rules. Measurements practice being human. The elders debate how long a plethron ought to be. This town's memory swears one thing. A traitor last year swore another. And the priest rescues the moment by suggesting, a leaf's worth less perfection. A neighbor's worth more mercy. If the equipoise feels suspiciously like a proverb, that's because good policy often arrives wearing poetry. A curious teenager scribbles, "plethra-nish," on the wax tablet and underlines it twice. Whether foot-length definitions varied by valley is a topic that can keep historians cheerfully lost. Historians are still debating this question, so the village uses paces and trust. Singing turns up to keep math from getting lonely. The refrain, one jar, one step, one neighbor, becomes a metronome for spacing pegs. Every second neighbor means set a mark, which is the most wholesome use of a chorus since bread came with butter. The shepherd adds a humming drone that aligns with the fountain's tempo back in the square, and everyone smiles when the rope seems to relax on the beat. Sound is the easiest way to persuade elbows to be civil with distance and time. Paces tread out along the terrace edge under a sky that keeps adding stars like exclamation marks no one needs but everyone loves. At intervals chosen by song, a peg bites the earth and a dab of red softens the bite into a dot that even sleepy feet will notice at dawn. The rope stays polite, the plumb doesn't show off, and the teenagers invent an adorable job for themselves, walking back to check that the line looks like it belongs to the slope instead of scolding it. When they call "soften here," the scribe accepts the edit without drama. Markers build a breadcrumb path that goats cannot eat. Small piles of stones, cheerful little cairns the children immediately name, rise at turns, and a shard of pottery, an ostrakhan with a doodle of a lyre, gets half buried beside the most important peg so future cousins can find the start after rain has opinions. The potter contributes 2 broken handles from amphory. They look like gently sleeping ears peeking from dirt, listening for mischief near the line. Nothing sacred, nothing grand. Everything visible enough to be remembered by those who use it. Disputes get invited to present themselves while everyone is walking, not later when feet are home and memories have sharpened into spears. At one bend a hillside cousin hesitates, staring at an older olive with roots like fingers playing a slow chord. He admits a fear. The root might meet the spring's narrowest seam if the line sits wrong. Harborkin listen and suggest crouching to press ears to soil as if listening for gossip. The priest likes the theater of it and crouches first. Silence answers. The line moves 2 handspans toward a bare patch. Dignity remains intact. Astronomy gets the friendliest job. Pointing. The priest asks for a star that sets exactly over the shoulder of the headland wall. Tonight, it is the tail of the little bear sliding low, and proposes using that direction as the line's general north. Mariners have long flirted with this part of the sky to find their way. Farmers borrow sailors when maps feel shy. Weather villagers widely used Kynosura, the little dog's tail, as a pole star guide in every era is cloudy in the sources. Historians are still debating this question, but sailors swear by it, and sailors live here, which is close enough for policy. Chalk dust drifts whenever the potter marks rock with simple arrows and dots. She refuses pomp, choosing small signs at ankle height where practical people look. At one bend she draws a wave to remind the harbor cousin that the sea once pushed farther inland after a winter storm, and everyone agrees not to pretend storms are fiction. On another stone she scratches a leaf to remind the growers that roots read maps they didn't write. These icon-sized sermons carry more kindness than paragraphs. Crickets run the night shift choir, and the lyric you taught the village slips into the spaces between their scraping rhythm. The sound keeps hands gentle when pegs resist cooperation and turns silence into something owned rather than feared. No one says hurry, people say hum. And the work continues at the speed of a breath everyone can afford. When a jar needs to be set down so two cousins can stretch the rope, the refrain does the even-tempered waiting for them. Terrace walls, proud in their gravity, except a little red at the topmost stone where the line crosses. A mason steps forward to check stability and taps a block with his hammer until the stone answers with a sound that means, "I'm awake," where a corner seems eager to travel in the next rain. He slides a new wedge in with the affection of a man who has coaxed stubborn boulders into citizenship. He mentions, with modest delight, that dry stone construction is older than gossip and twice as durable when done patiently. Nobody argues. The wall looks thrilled to be complimented. Schedules get tested in the field, not in the square. The priest asks both families to walk the line backward toward the spring while singing the refrain softly, trading names on the verse as they go. The exercise turns out to be shockingly informative. A tight turn near a thorn clump wants 2 extra breaths, which means the first drawers at dawn should start 2 breaths sooner than anyone's habit. A gentle straight stretch near the laurel could accommodate a faster shuffle without rudeness. The teenagers record thorn breaths and laurel pace on the wax tablet like scholars discovering comets. Water itself gets consulted as if it were a neighbor, not a resource. At the spring the fountain speaks in its thin night voice, the one it uses when moonlight is the only supervisor. Each cousin touches the lip and counts silently how many heartbeats fill a jar to almost. A grandmother tilts her head and decides the fountain wants people to trade places every 3rd jar on hot days. Every 4th jar when the air remembers winter. Science? Not exactly. Wisdom? Better. Everyone nods because the math feels like a song that scolds no one. Morning rinses the square in pale honey, while the council house doorway looks back at everyone like a blank page that knows what's coming. Benches collect under the veranda. The cracked cup bell waits with its laurel crown. And your lyre leans nearby in case sentences forget their manners and need a little music to find the curb. The boundary stone holds its ground with renewed self-respect, and the fountain repeats 2 short, 1 long as if to say, "Write only what we can breathe." Neighbors arrive without ceremony, carrying bread, rope fibers, red powder on fingertips, and that particular kind of attention people give to things they want to last. Carvers step forward first with chisels wrapped in linen and a narrow iron punch that has inherited more secrets than any gossip ever will. The potter brings a plank of seasoned wood in case the village wants a temporary sign before stone gets the final word, and the scribe opens his wax tablet to the page titled, "What We Mean." A mason taps the lintel's grain and listens. Wood replies with a resonant hum that suggests it isn't offended by poetry. The priest, doing his best impression of punctuation, takes the shade beside the door and lets silence collect until everyone has found the same sentence. Inside the council house, a table is cleared of olive pits and theories. A crater of watered wine waits for modest libations, and a dish with damp red ochre sits like an exclamation point someone will use wisely. The elders settle without claiming a front row, which earns them a silent compliment from every teenager present. The rule the square repeats, one jar, one step, one neighbor, sits in the air already. The work now is to shape the longer promise around it without clutter, like framing a window that needs to stay large. Beside the doorway, the scribe copies yesterday's field notes. The pegs, the kinder corners, the names of cairns, quiet goat, sleeve of wind, bread hill. The little star sketched above the headland labeled witness. You pass your palm over the wax and the letters shine for a heartbeat before dulling back into ordinary work. Nothing here wants to be grand. Everything wants to be legible. Tools arrange themselves like well-behaved nouns. The chisel's edge gleams without boasting. The mallet's face shows the faint crescent whereof sentences already persuaded from wood and stone. The carvers confer about letter height, stroke depth, spacing. They talk of shadows that make reading easier at noon and lantern angles that help at dusk. A potter offers a thin brush to tap pigment into the letters after carving, a humble act with an outsized effect. Paint helps words survive distance. Whether all villages routinely painted their inscriptions is one of those details scholars chase across pigments and fragments. Historians are still debating this question, but here the answer is practical. Color helps mourning eyes. Scribes propose a structure because good order loves a skeleton. First, a short invocation of hospitality, xenia, as the spirit in which all drawing happens. Second, the refrain boiled to its bright essence. Third, the schedule for dawn and sunbeam during lean weeks. Fourth, care instructions for the line and basin. Fifth, the tiny clause about the cracked cup bell and the tempo captains. And finally, a blessing that is not a threat. May the law we hear be the law we keep. The list looks heavier written than it sounds sung. Your fingers rest on the yoke and wait to be useful. Drafting begins as a chorus of "say that again," but smaller. The scribe proposes by agreement of neighbors, and the potter edits to by neighbors in agreement, trimming a syllable and adding a smile. The priest likes a preface. Let this be our nomos. Law and melody in one word. A reminder that the tune and the letters are cousins. A fisherman suggests swapping rotation for dawn turn, because mouths like it better. The scribe nods and starts over one more time without complaint. Words owe each other patience today. Debate about letter style blooms like time. The mason praises big, square hands that keep each line steady. The scribe sighs at the stoichidon habit. Letters arranged in neat grids, that older inscriptions sometimes used, elegant to some, fussy to others. Grids make finding words easier, the carver argues. Grids make poetry sulk, the scribe counters. The priest shrugs a delightful shrug. Beauty should serve reading. Whether stoichidon lines were chosen for clarity or prestige more often is a scholarly pastime with no final chorus. Historians are still debating this question, but the village votes with eyes. Clarity wins. Arguments about where to place the signature get solved by refusing to have one. No magistrates' names, no tally of who insisted, no as proposed by engraved like a brag. The only names belong to the cairns and the tasks. Chalkers, bell-keepers, string minders, because jobs need addresses, not egos. A grandmother observes that future cousins won't owe a thank you to a person they've never met. They'll owe it to the habit itself. You watch relief ripple the benches as the future stops feeling like a bill. Grammar keeps the edges soft. Instead of shall not, the scribe writes let each, and instead of must, he writes we do. Laws can be carved with frowns or with invitations. An invitation fits this lintel better. The elder with the most stubborn eyebrows nods once, which in local diplomacy means acceptable. The cracked cup bell tries not to look pleased. Names for time get treated like instruments that need tuning. First light becomes rooster breath, because that's the beat villagers actually hear. Sunbeam becomes tile shadow, because the square has a favorite tile, and the shadow already does scheduling work. The teenagers grin. Their quiet chalk empire just received a promotion. Signatures in wax are replaced by something kinder. Each household will touch the lintel once this afternoon, palms flat for a breath on the carved words after the pigment dries. Skin remembers better than scrolls. The priest approves without inventing thunder. In distant cities, decrees stood on stone stelae in public spaces with magistrates listed for the record. That's mainstream civic practice everyone has heard of. This hamlet chooses a smaller ritual. Contact over credit. Let's get a tune-up too. No curses, no elaborate provisions for cosmic lightning. A simple vow softly spoken. We keep the pace that keeps the peace. The line sounds like something a child could carry to the fountain without dropping. Scholar minds grin inside their skulls. This is how culture works when it behaves. Paint, mixed with water, turns letters from shy scratches into sentences that strangers can see at a polite distance. The potter taps pigment into grooves with a patience that tastes like bread. A child watching asks if the red is the same as the borrowed sunset from last night. And the potter says yes, with a conspirator's smile. Vivid color on inscriptions has a decent archaeological resume in richer places. Whether tiny coastal villages spent precious pigments on law is a footnote with a heartbeat. Historians are still debating this question. Today the answer is, someone donated the ochre because the line deserved to be seen. Stoichidon's cousin, alignment by breath, wins the layout. The scribe sets each clause to land on a resting syllable so reading aloud won't trip. He spaces one jar, one step, one neighbor so the eye pauses where the mouth will. Little dots mark breaths. A tiny lyre mark sits to the left like the friend who never talks over you. This is typography by lung. Placement matters more than anyone pretended earlier. Too high and children won't see. Too low and baskets will headbutt vowels. The mason proposes a gentle wedge to tilt the lintel's face a whisper downward, inviting eyes rather than demanding necks. He sets his chisel with a lover's care and shaves wood until the letters nod toward the square. The tilt is so slight only the shadow notices. Testing becomes theater of the best kind. A grandmother with sturdy vowels reads the text at market noise volume. The letters keep up. A teenager reads at dawn whisper volume. The letters still keep up. An uncle pretends to walk past in a hurry and glances sideways. The red catches him anyway. You hum the home note while they read, and the cadence of the words lands exactly where the refrain wants to land. That click in the chest is design meeting use. Music hands the law a chair. The priest suggests a tiny prelude, 2 soft plucks and a breath. Whenever someone wants to begin the cue ceremony, a sound short enough not to be bossy, clear enough to be heard over gossip. The rule doesn't require the lyre, but the option invites kindness. In richer sanctuaries, law sometimes arrived with trumpet or herald. Here, it arrives with wood, shell, and neighbors who know each other's dogs. Children get the graceful job of first readers. One climbs onto a stool, points to each word with a crumb-polished finger, and reads haltingly while the square swallows a lump of approval. The line "Salt taught us sharing" makes 2 elders stare politely at the horizon. The cracked cup bell rings itself once with a wind push, which the square pretends is not adorable. Counterpoint arrives from the scribe in the form of a tiny addendum carved below the main vow. Play fair before you play loud. A minuscule aulos is scratched beside the miniature lyre, Marsyas and Apollo tucked into the margin as chaperones for future arguments. Whether mixing instruments on civic signs was common vernacular in any region is the kind of catalog question that will chase historians around symposium tables. Historians are still debating this question, but the village keeps it anyway because the joke is true. Obligation takes practical shoes and asks about penalties. The priest declines everything dramatic and proposes only repairs. If someone scuffs the chalk or chips the basin, they fix it before the next dawn. If someone forgets a turn, they carry the signboard back from the spring to the council house themselves. A small walk of public helpfulness. Shame isn't policy. Participation is. Everyone nods as if they just invented an excellent recipe. Edges of the inscription get a decorative braid. Not a brag, just a frame that keeps dust from colonizing vowels. The potter incises a quiet border of waves and leaves, water and grove in balance. She tucks a single tortoise at the bottom corner because Hermes deserves a cameo when strings and schedules shake hands. A child declares the tortoise the official auditor of mornings. Nobody argues. Festival-minded neighbors ask whether the text should be read aloud at the start of each month. The priest proposes first market day after new moon, a rhythm people already feel in their feet. Once a month is often enough to polish memory without turning the law into a chant people resent. In Athens, a herald would read decrees in assemblies where citizens had practiced being noisy and then quiet. That's mainstream civic theater. Here, the square prefers short readings and long casseroles. Practice shifts outside to the fountain to see how ink and voice behave in bright air. The teenagers chalk the quay snake with tidy arrows and a charming fig-shaped pebble labeled next. And the first two families rehearse the touching of the lintel, the breath, the prelude, the name's verse, the refrain, the handoff. Every piece feels like a click that saves future tempers 30 syllables apiece. The boundary stone pretends it isn't watching and absolutely is. Evening rolls in from the quay with the soft tires of gull wings, and neighbors file past the lintel to leave a palm's worth of warmth on the letters. Old hands, flowery hands, tarry hands, tiny hands that smell like chalk and victory. Each presses, waits a heartbeat, and lets go. Nobody makes a speech. Speeches would get in the way of the feeling everyone already recognizes. Law by touch. Final checks fall to the mason and the carver, who listen for loose vowels and tighten a serif here, deepen a crossbar there, the way a luthier might coax a stubborn resonance into behaving. You oil the lyre's yoke and pluck the soft two-note prelude. The fountain says approved in fluent water. The priest touches the tortoise and grins like a man who has seen this many times and still loves it. Sleep sneaks up on the square only after bread disappears and stars turn on their cool lanterns. The lintel glows a darker red than the sky under the lantern hooks, and the words look like they plan to be there when sandals grow different and names change hands. The sea swallows the last mutter, the cracked cup bell finally earns its nap, and the law, light enough to hum, sturdy enough to lean on, sits above the door and learns the village's breathing. Morning lifts a thin silver from the bay as boats nudge their reflections awake, and the queue by the spring hums its tiny ceremony. Touch the lintel, breathe the home note, pass the fig pebble labeled next, step aside with your dignity still on. Nets sling over shoulders. Jars tap ankles. The refrain rides out of the square tucked under other chores like a slip of paper in a sleeve. Fishermen glance at one another and then at the horizon where two coves make promises they have no authority to keep. The melody you built wants a longer coastline. That realization arrives quietly, like a breeze deciding to become a wind after lunch. Boats push off in pairs because company likes to keep mortality rates low and gossip rates high. A reed pipe phrase from the shepherd walks down the quay and climbs into the nearest skiff as if it has sea legs. Your Dorian refrain steps in after it with the modesty of an apprentice who already knows most of the work. Oars settle into the fountain's grammar. Two short, one long, and the keel agrees not to argue. The nearest gull approves in cursive and then goes back to union business, which appears to involve heckling fish. Across the first headland, a cove receives the boats with the shrewd calm of a market that has seen every trick and remembers most. Nets hang like letters drying on a line. A dozen bright floats brag about yesterday. An old prow with painted eyes stares out as if it might actually see storms before they get smug. Those eyes, apotropaic strokes meant to watch and ward, are a quirk travelers collect the way children collect shells. It's a habit with a long resume on Greek hulls and in Greek imaginations. The villagers shake hands with their eyebrows first, then with their fingers, weighing temper and weather and the chance that songs might be more useful than speeches. Introductions behave themselves because breakfast made everybody reasonable. One crew asks who takes Dawn's first launch and who stays back to mend. The other shrugs and says that lately the answer depends on who tells the best story loudest. A woman with rope-burned palms declares that stories should earn bread, not throttle it. Silence agrees. The shepherd raises his reed, you raise the lyre, and the Dorian line arrives, careful as stepping onto a stranger's boat. The cove tries the refrain on its tongue and decides it tastes like competence. Negotiation shifts from nouns to breath without losing teeth. Names braid into the first verse. Clea's net, then Eris. Melia's boat, then Nikos. And for a minute you can feel how lists become lullabies when everybody leans the same way. A boy suggests that whoever wins dawn should swap the night-mending chore. Elbow deep in knots and jokes, so tiredness gets divided like bread. The fig pebble makes a guest appearance, and the cove laughs at the audacity of naming responsibility after fruit. Laughter is how rules agree to stay. Beyond the rocks, the sea prints a fine line of light across the water, a ribbon that teaches rowers the word straight without opening its mouth. Someone asks about tempo on big ships, and the shepherd explains with irresistible modesty that triremes once used a caller, cheliasts, and sometimes an aulos player to keep 3 banks of oars honest. Rowers listened with their bones because wood and water punish sloppy hearing. That's mainstream history, marched into the day with the confidence of a veteran. Whether every warship carried a piper or only some at some times remains a bright argument in scholarly harbors. Historians are still debating this question. The rowers on today's boats appoint a cousin with a loud hum, and everyone likes the budget version. Harbors have ways of testing visitors that feel like hospitality wearing a practical shirt. A rope snaps to see if your pockets contain knots. A jar leaks to verify your patience is refillable. A line tangles to ask if your temper has a bell you can ring. The melody earns its keep by providing a simple reset. 1 soft pluck on the home note, 2 beats of breath, and the prelude you invented for cues turns out to make oars remember their manners too. Nobody claps. Everyone rows straighter. Messages travel faster than boats when they are thirsty enough. By noon an ant with flour on her sleeves is already teaching 1 jar, 1 step, 1 neighbor, to a man from the next cove who arrived to sell lemons and left with an unpaid invoice titled Good Sense. By evening he is humming the refrain at his own spring, where the argument is not about olives but about whose turn it is to mend nets with the dyed twine that refuses to stay knotted. Onion skins supply a mild gold for the dye, a household trick that left 100 strings less shy. Whether net dye was fashion or function changes with the storyteller, and nobody here is inclined to turn the question into a museum. Boats learn the choreography of polite conquest. Arrive with bread, leave with fewer problems than you brought. Ask questions as if myths might answer, listen as if myths might be practical. The next cove adopts the refrain with a small adjustment. 1 net, 1 hand, 1 neighbor. Deciding that tasks rather than jars are the local currency of fairness. That's the best part of a melody. It bends without breaking, nods without surrendering, and lets unfamiliar lives print themselves in familiar meter. You catch yourself filing a thought for later. Maybe law in a coastline culture is simply a tune that can be carried by wet sandals. Ridges step down toward the water like amphitheater seating for gods who prefer fishing to speeches. Somewhere behind the headlands, a fisherman points out a lump of rock that had a shrine once to a helpful hero who knew how to make storms behave like well-raised cousins. Whether that particular hero answered or villagers learned to call luck by a name is a warm question for long winters. Historians are still debating this question. But the habit of thanking something bigger than you when the harbor stops arguing is very Greek and very useful. The refrain, notably, requires no thunder to work. Markets try to buy the song, which is adorable. A trader offers a handful of coins for the full version with instructions, and you almost laugh before realizing he is sincere. You explain gently that the song is not merchandise. It's a mirror that tries to reflect whatever it faces. He pockets his coin, slaps your shoulder, and promises to carry the refrain upriver to a place where ferrymen argue about who gets last crossing before dark. The word ferry causes your lyre to look heavier for a heartbeat and then behave again. Coves trade lore the way bakers trade starter. Quietly, with a little pride and a little flour on the wrist. One shares a trick of tossing bread to the wind before casting the net. Not as a bribe, more as a way of agreeing with the air about who is in charge. Another shows how a small bell hung from the prow rings exactly at a certain speed, an audible pacekeeper that does not need to be watched. The bell's pitch sits nicely under your refrain. The cove adopts the harmony like a cat adopts a sunbeam. Currents carry more than salt. They ship stories in the spaces between waves. A young man from farther along the coast swears that at his beach the quay problem is not water or nets but boats on feast days. Who launches first with the priest's blessing and who mends longer while guests finish olives. The refrain tries on first launch like a tunic and finds it fits. A tiny chorus calls out boat names in verse 1, net menders in verse 2, and ends with the same enough note you insist on, because endings are where dignity lives. Storm signs wander through talk as easily as fish through a missing plank. A woman demonstrates how the sky turns the color of old bronze when the wind intends to stop being cute. Another shows the way swallows write warning with looped cursive under eaves. You drop a quirky fact because corks make good anchors. Some hulls carry little lead tablets hammered into the bilge with carved prayers or jokes. Not because the gods read lead, but because sailors like insurance policies that rattle. Nobody can prove how common that habit was in every cove. Everybody knows a cousin who swore by it. Distant cliffs keep their counsel until music offers to hold it for a while. In one sheltered nook, the boats from 3 villages gather by accident and decide not to waste the coincidence. You set the home note, the shepherd breathes the mode, and strangers rehearse being neighbors by sharing a verse each. The first offers rope before story, the second bread before opinion, the third, unexpectedly poetic, silence before launch. A child adds nap before fights, which earns the biggest applause because truth and comedy enjoy the same chair. Sailors argue in a tone measured in knots, and the refrain keeps them from tightening the wrong lines. Someone claims that if you face the breeze and hum the home note, the wind respects your scale and spares your throat. This is terrible science and wonderful theater. Someone else insists that dolphins prefer mixolydian. The dolphins do not comment. You keep the mode steady and the law recognizable, trusting that truth needs time and a metronome. Channels between headlands become corridors for the tune. A pair of oarsmen turn the last neighbor into a small yodeled echo so the cliff can send it back. A girl on the rocks invents a 2-finger sign for enough, so endings don't rely on guessing. An elderly bowtrite murmurs that a song that can be whistled while planing wood is a keeper. He demonstrates by shaving a clean ribbon from a stubborn plank. The ribbon curls like a treble clef and everybody groans at the metaphor for exactly 3 seconds. Shorelines keep teaching geography to diplomacy. In one town, nets are weighed by a communal stone that insists on a particular balance. In another, measures vary by family because grandfathers trusted different markets. A brief flare of indignation rises, threatens to multiply, and then dissolves when the refrain moves the game from my measure to our pace. That's the trick your priest tried to teach. Law that people can hear outlives law that people must remember resentfully. Boats return home with barrels of fish and barrels of rumor. Cousins tumble onto the quay with versions of your tune you didn't write, one with a skip at the end to make rope handling feel clever, one with a whispered name verse for blessing the very first launch of a feast day, one with an alto line meant to be sung by whoever drew the short straw for midnight watch. You decide not to choose a favorite because that is how songs get their feelings hurt and stop showing up when they're needed. Larger harbors borrow the refrain and dress it formally, because cities rarely resist a chance to put clothes on an idea. A minor official with a major pen copies the words on a wooden board and nails it near the fish stalls with the civic seriousness of a man who has discovered a cheap policy tool. He invites merchants to read it before haggling. The crowd pretends to be skeptical and then softens when prices settle faster than last week. Whether cities have always domesticated village wisdom or only on days ending in Y is the sort of question that provokes footnotes. Historians are still debating this question. Headwinds earn their own chapter, quiet and short. One afternoon a squall arrives with the impersonality of math, swallowing a cove's horizon in gray and trying to smudge the refrain into panic. The prelude humbly proves it can punch above its weight. 2 notes, 1 breath, and the crew remembers which motion is together and which motion is turn. Nobody calls it a miracle. Everybody calls it lunch once they reach shelter. The song did not calm the weather. It calmed the room. Shanty questions bloom because people love to ask whether they are inventing or inheriting. A sailor wants to know if the ancients sang like this at work. The shepherd answers carefully. Evidence for structured rowing songs exists alongside images of alloy on ships and texts about callers. But whether fishermen, as opposed to war crews, carried sea shanties that sound like our modern idea is a door scholars keep opening and finding new rooms, historians are still debating this question. He adds, kindly, that the sea is older than arguments and likes a steady beat regardless of who names it. Rope piles yawn under the sun, and hands that once turned fists into punctuation now prefer to be busy. A woman shows how to splice a clean loop on a frayed end while humming the last 2 bars. A boy times knots by the length of a syllable. A grandfather claims he can teach square knots with the bridge line about salt and sharing. The square knot behaves. You suspect the knot was just waiting for an excuse. Tiny rituals mutate like friendly viruses. In a far cove, families touch a small painted turtle on the dock before launch. A nod to Hermes' old trick and a wink at the gods who prefer guitars made of shells. In another, the caller raises 2 fingers for law note and 3 for fog weight, so that rows of backs can obey without whiplash. Someone invents a rule that whoever sings the wrong name verse at dawn owes an extra loaf to the menders. Bread quickly becomes the currency of forgiveness. Children take the tune to beaches where adults are not yet allowed to admit their problems, and they build tittipul kingdoms with rules sung instead of shouted. 1 shell gets first splash, 1 stick draws borders nobody steps on, 1 neighbor shares the big rock for sun-warmed naps. The game repeats until the sun convinces eyelids to surrender. Play is the younger sibling of policy. You don't say that aloud, but the sea does. Travelers carry the refrain like a pocket map that requires only lungs to unfold. A man from an island farther out, one of those rocky caps that make a home out of stubbornness, asks for the words with the sincerity of someone who has watched nights argue with mornings. He promises to teach the line to women who schedule wellheads on market days and to men who keep a list of net repairs in their head because nobody trusts the chalkboard. You give him the words and the home note. He gives you dried figs and a rumor. A town upriver has begun carving little lyres next to weight standards at the scale stall as a warning to impatience. Evenings collect new endings the way pockets collect pebbles. Crews returning to your village shout the last neighbor toward the headland so the cliff can do the echo trick. Children stand at the quay to catch the sound like ball players with mouths. The priest meets boats with a laurel tucked behind one ear and the well-behaved pride of a teacher who has watched a verb go feral and then domesticate itself again in foreign kitchens. He does not say, "I told you so." He says, "Shall we tune before bread?" Reflections turn up uninvited the way cats do when you are trying to write on warm parchment. A thought presses. The melody is no longer yours, and it never was. It wears your fingerprints only at the edges where you held it. That realization is lighter than you feared and heavier than you expected. Responsibility, it turns out, can feel like permission if you keep breathing on the home note. The lyre against your knee behaves like an instrument that knows the difference between fame and usefulness. Harbor lights scrawl mild hieroglyphs on black water as you sit and listen to sound return home from places your sandals have not yet met. Somewhere out there, a cousin you haven't made yet is telling another cove that first launch belongs to the crew that mended late. And the cove is nodding because fairness has a voice now, not just a vocabulary. Waves do the carrying with their old professionalism. Your job is to keep the landing gentle. Night folds over the village like a shawl someone finally remembered to finish, and the square exhales until its stones sound almost padded under sandals. Lanterns taper into small moons above door lintels, the red letters they're going brunette in the dim, and the fountain keeps whispering its old grammar, 2 short, 1 long, as if the day still needs coaching even while it sleeps. The boats along the quay turn their painted eyes toward nothing in particular, satisfied with the way oars came home on time. Out past the headland, your melody keeps walking without you. But inside the walls the loudest sound is breath. A soft thought nudges the ribs. Quiet after applause is not silence. It's agreement that didn't need to be loud. Windows breathe in and out across the lane, curtain hems lifting like notes you can almost see, and the lyre on your table remembers not to glow, because instruments that want to be famous don't last long in villages that prefer bread. A moth taps the oil bowl twice, decides it is already wiser than last night, and retires to a better opinion of darkness. Between houses, the quay rope hangs in its place as if it were always part of the square's furniture. Fig pebble dozing on a sill with the innocence of a rule that works. Nobody posts a guard at the boundary stone. Nobody needs to. The law, audible and visible, has learned to walk without boots. Footsteps soften when you cross to the shrine, not because anyone ordered reverence, but because the flagstones prefer listening at this hour. Laurel leaves keep their smell to themselves unless you ruffle them, and you don't, not yet. The priest has gone to his bed with the neatness of a man who trusts routine. The teenagers have surrendered their tempo captain capes to the crickets. You sit on the low step where the laurel's shadow looks like writing you can't read, and you count the day's small mercies the way bakers count loaves cooling on a shelf. Counting like this turns gratitude into something with measurements. Beds remember the music differently in each house. A fisherman's wife hums the cadence while turning in her sleep, one palm discovering the spare needle that escaped from the net, and she sets it under the bowl by reflex that belongs to mornings. A hillside cousin who always wanted to be right finds himself wanting to be rested instead, and the trade feels like profit. A child who learned the hand sign for the law note wears it into dreams the way kings wear scepters, which is to say power looks better when it's smaller. Even the goat shed down the lane has quieted its periodic editorializing. The animals have chosen to bless the tuning with silence. Somewhere a cat patrols the edge of the quay with the solemnity of an admiral, pauses at the boundary stone as if reading it for subtext, and decides that neighbor means do not chase the dog tonight. A gull on the roof does one last cursive signature across the sky and turns into a comma, which is how birds end sentences when they're done talking. The square accepts these punctuation decisions with relief. Grammar, it turns out, is everywhere. In law, in clapping patterns, in how you put bowls away without starting a jar feud with the shelf. Memory begins to rearrange its furniture, and you can feel it happening the way you feel bread deciding to rise. Yesterday's sharp story, who said what near the spring, which cousin stepped on which tile, loses its splinters and keeps the grain. The refrain moves in and replaces the old headline with a smaller, better one. One jar, one step, one neighbor. Greek orators once trained their memory by placing ideas in imagined rooms, walking through palaces of thought until speeches knew where to stand. It was the method of loci before anyone called it that, a mental architecture shipped without stone. Tonight the palace is not imaginary. It is the square itself, and the rooms are your neighbors breathing. Scholars would say musique has always been a kind of civic carpentry, song, dance, and story framing a day so the roof doesn't sulk. And mainstream history will nod from a dozen well-thumbed works about education and character. Philosophers argued over modes and their moral weather, patriots argued over choruses and their proper festivals, and teachers taught with tunes because letters love rhythm. Whether lullabies were intentionally deployed as policy in humble villages or drifted in by instinct is a splendid question to leave on the table for learned friends. Historians are still debating this question. Practical people in your alley settle for the fact that humming makes mornings behave. Hands find the lyre without announcing a plan, and the shell's cool curve returns a small, well-mannered courage to the pulse. You test each string so softly the moth thinks the sound is a rumor. Dorian steady, a hint of Lydian that you immediately put back in its box for bedtime, a low hum that feels like turning the lamp down without touching the wick. The plectrum swings at your wrist with that humble readiness you've come to love. It wants nothing. It only offers. Somewhere in the wood you can hear yesterday breathing out of today. On the shrine step, a thought settles with the patient weight of a bowl. What the lyre asks of you now is smaller than the first day and bigger than a trick. Not performance. Maintenance. Not heroics. Habit. It wants you to keep the prelude honest, to oil the yoke before it squeaks, to make the law note available when tempers forget their keys. It wants you to listen to goats without letting goats write the set list. Even gods, if they drop by, would prefer their cult songs to be tuned below the level of drama. Through the shutters, bits of domestic theater try out new lines. A father in the harbor lane murmurs the refrain while cutting a bread heel straight, and his daughter, too proud to admit she's listening, taps the too short, one long pattern on the table with a spoon. Across the square, a grandmother counts the breath between kneading and turning, matching the fountain's cadence because the fountain has never told her a lie. Pride, the last uncle awake in the row of houses, stares at sandals that have learned to stop kicking the tiles where chalk lines now live. He blows out his lamp before it teaches more bad habits. Sometimes quiet is loud enough to tell you a week's worth of news. You can hear no muttering at the fountain, no whisper with the shape of a complaint, no spoon set down too firmly near the boundary stone. The cracked cup bell sleeps under its laurel wreath and refuses to do metaphor. The liturgy of let each keep the pace that keeps the peace sits above the door as if it grew there, and you realize inscriptions are just songs that learned how to sit people down without raising their voices. That realization is friendlier than it sounds. Dreams learn new doorways, and a few of them borrow old practices with surprising grace. Somewhere beyond the headland, an old man chooses to visit an Asclepian in his sleep. Incubation, the ancients called it, a night in the precinct of the healing god where dreams served as consultation. Though in your village there is no sleep temple, only a generous laurel and a square that learned to hum. He wakes with the kind of advice dreams are good at. Remember the breath before the jar. Whether faithful incubants always received clear remedies or often spun wisdom out of their own patience has kept scholars busy for lifetimes. No need to decide. The advice works at breakfast. Even law naps, and that is one of its best features. The lintel text is a dark ribbon under the lantern hook. Readable if needed, invisible enough to let the village forget it on purpose when forgetting is the same as trusting. Painted letters do not patrol. They preside. The tiny tortoise in the carved border looks, if a tortoise can look, like it approves of the lack of emergencies. Hermes gets his cameo without stealing the cake. Priest footsteps pass in imagination if not in fact, the rounded cadence of a man who has learned to weigh quiet as a civic asset. Earlier he said nomos means law and a musical set piece, and you finally feel the full arithmetic of that double duty. Set the piece, let the people carry it. Set the law, let the bodies breathe it. He will wake at first rooster breath, burn a polite pinch of bay, and step outside to hear whether the square still copies the fountain. He will smile if the answer is yes, and teach no one if everyone already knows. Harbor pilings creak in a register that teaches patience, and nets heave with the sleep of useful fatigue. A crew on midnight watch hums the last two bars because the mind likes to be told where the end is, and the cliff sends it back with a courtesy echo that turns duty into company. Farther out, lights shift on the mast of a late friend, the old rhythm telling the headland, I am not trouble. Boats have always talked. Now they have a tune that keeps them from interrupting. Fingers drift along the strings in a shape you didn't plan. 3 notes of gratitude disguised as maintenance. And the wood answers with yesterday's applause removed. The Chalice has become a neighbor, not a guest. Less glitter, more verbs. A small crack you noticed near the yoke earlier gets a whisper of beeswax because that is what craft does for friends. The strings accept their quarter turns without drama. Nothing in your hands insists on being the story. From the hill path beyond the terrace, a late goat offers one merciful opinion, then accepts silence as the superior argument. Over the wall, time loosens and lets a night breeze garden your shoulders. The sky has already begun that slow spin toward dawn. The long turn ancient farmers watched from every terrace and the same turn that sailors stretch into directions. You think of Arcturus sinking, of Orion's shoulder at winter, of the little bear's tail that sailors trust, and you feel the easing of a worry no one asked you to carry. The stars will keep their pace. You only had to help the square keep its own. Tomorrow's errands cue themselves politely in the mind and then go to bed when asked. Retie a loose loop on the queue rope. Remind the scribe to copy the festival tweak about the fig pebble's extra lap on crowded mornings. Ask the potter whether glaze will make the pebble too slippery. Check with the teenagers where chalk prefers to nap when rain sniffles at the door. Lists written in a hum refuse to turn into orders. The village is a room that has learned to close its shutters softly. Once, cities carved laws into stone and set them in stoas so eyes would trip over them daily, while heralds at assemblies sang decrees in voices trained for amphitheaters. That mainstream practice painted the civic morning for centuries with order that could be seen and heard. Whether little ports like yours always borrowed both arts or sometimes chose only one, voice without stone or stone without voice, is a trail of evidence with charming gaps and vigorous footnotes. Historians are still debating this question. Tonight you carry a humble certainty. 2 lines of letters above a door and 1 tune in common throats are enough to keep jars from becoming arguments dressed as pottery. Stories retune themselves in alleys as easily as lyres do on laps. The grower who once told his version of the moving stone with fists now tells it with elbows resting on the table, and the part where the root reached becomes the part where it drank its share. The harbor cousin who used to describe dawn as a battle shifts to a cooking metaphor. Bread that needs its timing, and a neighbor nods like a judge handing down the sentence, bake. Your work was not to win. Your work was to help verbs remember their jobs. Children do the work of legislators without noticing. They keep the fig pebble in play, invent a smaller version out of a shell for titipole politics, and enforce the rule that anyone who says always has to carry the shell twice. Someone draws the hand sign for the cadence on a wall where goats cannot reach it. An educational mural for future mornings. Someone else sneezes on the beat and declares the sneeze a blessing. The square adopts the policy with alarming speed. Sleep leans into the village as if invited, and this time it is. The cracked cup bell wears its bay wreath like a crown that forgot to be heavy, and the little tortoise in the border naps without needing to be adorable. You close your eyes and listen on purpose to make sure the day has no corner still barking, and the only sound worth naming is water minding its garden in stone. The enough note seems to have learned how to stay even when nobody plucks it. Breeze drafts a letter to dawn and leaves it tucked under the door. When you open it hours from now, it will say, "Keep doing what you were doing." In the aftertaste of quiet, a thought more precise than any lecture arrives. Music hasn't made anyone better. It has made better easier. Laws haven't turned goats into philosophers. They have turned neighbors into something more like neighbors. You are an accessory to a crime called harmony. Boundary stone confidence lives at a new angle, the kind where granite stops trying to write poems and returns to being heavy in all the right places. It will be touched in the morning because ritual likes sturdy chairs, and it will fail to move, which is its superpower. Once it owned too much story. Now it owns a job. The difference between relic and tool is courtesy. Table corners have a way of becoming desks at this hour. You pull your wax tablet near and sketch a little lullaby for babies who didn't get the memo about bedtime. 3 lines that climb like steps to a porch, 1 line that sits down without collapsing first. The words are kitchen words: bread, roof, neighbor, moon, and the rhyme is the sort that allows for the intrusion of puddles. If the song survives, no one will remember you wrote it. If it fails, no one will pretend you didn't try. Artifact magic keeps a museum in your pocket if you let it. A terracotta bird whistle someone traded for olives last market day sits under your lamp. A tiny ocarina that squeaks when you coax it and complains when you order. Such small whistles have a long archaeology under beds and in baskets. Playthings, perhaps, or charms to coax breezes onto infant sleep. Whether they were toys alone or doubled as low-stakes ritual helpers is a field note that never stops being charming. Historians are still debating this question. Either way, the whistle stands in for a truth. Breath wants to become something. Grandmothers have been timing speeches with noses longer than courts have timed them with water. The old clepsydra, water clock, would have made a decent moderator at yesterday's feast, and somewhere in a storeroom in a town larger than yours, a battered clay vessel still remembers the shape of equity. No one here owns such a clock, but everyone here owns a fountain, and the fountain does a passable impression of law when jars are lifted. When in doubt, the square follows the liquid. If anyone asks later what changed, the answer will not advertise. Fewer sharp breaths at dawn. More laughing that doesn't require apology. Fewer theories about stones with legs. The schedule at the spring will feel older than it is, and the refrain will feel younger than it is, and nobody will be able to tell which did more work because the whole point was to braid them until counting became rude. That rudeness will be the success. Sometime before first rooster breath, you consider what the lyre asks of you next and realize it might be to make yourself unnecessary. A good tool teaches hands until hands don't need the tool every time. A good habit teaches mouths until mouths hum without a leader. A traveler can become furniture if they stay long enough and keep their corners gentle. When the priest wakes, he will not look for you. He will look for the law note in the air and for neighbors whose shoulders sit lower than last week. Morning will come without asking for permission, and the fountain will greet it with the same grammar it gave you on your first night here. The lintel will receive a row of hands, one palm-long vow at a time. The fig pebble will accept new fingerprints and refuse to fall into the basin even once because goats are mercifully not allowed to draw at the spring. You will carry the lyre to the shrine and ask aloud whether a friend may remain a friend even when the room is fine without them. The answer will be a breeze that smells like laurel and bread, which is Apollo's way of saying yes. Dawn leans a pale shoulder against the hills, and the square stirs the way a good sentence clears its throat before choosing the first word. The lintel text rests in its red hush above the door, the tortoise in the carved border pretending it had a hand in the weather, and the fountain keeps the two short, one long grammar that your ribs now copy without asking permission. A breeze comes from the water smelling like tin and thyme, and somewhere under it all the melody you taught the village hums along on other lungs, politely refusing to retire. The lyre waits on your table like a guest that has become furniture, the plectrum at your wrist remembering more mornings than one traveler should be allowed. Between the last stars and the first rooster breath, you pack the few things a road invites. Bread that survived the night, a water skin that holds its temper, a wax tablet with smudges where good ideas took naps, and lift the instrument with both hands because goodbye deserves ceremony even when nobody's watching. The queue rope by the spring sags in contentment. Fig pebble asleep on a sill like a student who finally passed a test. And the cracked cup bell wears its laurel wreath with the dignity of a magistrate who knows he will never have to shout. Feet find scalloped grooves in the square's stones, the ones made by chores and not by triumphs. And the shrine under the laurel lifts a language of smell that even anxious thoughts obey. Over the shrine's threshold you pause, because thresholds like being noticed. The small Apollo, no marble swagger here, only a simple figure in wood, a sprig of bay tucked behind the ear, looks down as if measuring mornings rather than judging them. A lamp the size of a generous thumb warms the air in front of the image. The soot above it makes a little halo that is both physics and devotion. Offerings from neighbors share the shelf. A loop of red thread from the queue rope, a smooth stone from Bread Hill, a tiny clay fish with a grin aggressive enough to count as optimism. Next to them sits the laurel sprig you placed 2 nights ago after the festival, the leaves just beginning to curl into their own memory. Inside your chest the home note arrives without being summoned, and the prelude follows because that is who it is now. One soft pluck, a breath, then another soft pluck that is more a thank you than a sentence. Fingers find the Dorian steps with the confidence of a person walking to a well-lit kitchen for water in the night, and the first verse you offer is not a speech. It's the same little blessing you've been tuning in your head since the argument learned to sleep. Field steady, sea fair, jars patient, names kind. You do not ask the god for favors shaped like winning. You ask for pace and for the durable kind of laughter that knows when to close its eyes. Along the shrine's ledge you set the lyre where the morning can see it. Shell to the east, yoke oiled, tail not smoothed, strings turned half a finger looser so time can sit in them without raising its voice. Gratitude tastes simpler than you expected. The instrument hasn't wanted glory. It wanted usefulness, and that gift has been spent well. The shepherd's reed leans in the corner as if on guard. The priest, not yet here, will recognize the angle and smile with the fondness of a man whose favorite verbs have learned to conjugate themselves in other mouths. Beneath the laurel you pour 3 heartbeats of watered wine onto the earth's patient face. An old habit from big cities and small kitchens alike. Libation at dawn to say thank you for not being alone in the universe. Mainstream practice wore this gesture into Greek mornings for centuries. Festivals made it loud. Ordinary days made it honest. Whether every hamlet on every coast always opened the day with drops and a murmured line is a map with gaps and cheerful arguments. Historians are still debating this question, but your square has learned to like the way the earth-tasting wine teaches people not to hurry. The liquid darkens stone, breath cools, and the smell is a sentence even goats understand. Perhaps because departure prefers to be watched by someone. The priest arrives with sleep still gathered at the edge of his eyes and a bay leaf behind one ear as if punctuation had hair. He does not try to own the moment. He stands beside it like a friend who knows polite distances. Nomos, he says quietly, the word for both law and musical set piece, and that single syllable places today inside the same house as yesterday. He touches the tortoise in the border like a man knocking on an old door to wish a neighbor a peaceful breakfast, and then he nods toward the instrument on the ledge the way gardeners nod toward rain. Temple ward the sky lightens a shade, and footsteps multiply in the square without doing arithmetic. 2 teenagers, the tempo captains who learn to wear authority like a comfortable jacket, hover near the spring and pretend they are not checking the chalk lines with their entire souls. A grandmother presses her palm to the lintel, leaves the smallest warmth where, let each keep the pace that keeps the peace is carved, and tips her chin toward the shrine as if to tell the god the village has already eaten its vegetables. Nobody calls for speeches. Nobody invents a dramatic gesture. Ritual right now is quiet on purpose. Before you call the last blessing into the wood, the priest threads a strand of myrtle through the yoke. A small quirk local to the coast, he says, for voyages that mean well. Oddities like this keep the memory sticky. Some kithara players in big theaters dyed a string with onion skins to mark a guiding note. Fishermen here remember which chord ends the verse with a myrtle smell. On one island out past the headland, mothers put a barley grain under a newborn's tongue so the first sound would land politely. Whether any of these practices originated where their stories claim is a charming atlas of rumor, historians are still debating this question. But the myrtle makes the lyre look like it intends to write letters to good behavior. Someone begins the paean that closes ceremonies who wish to end in sunlight rather than thunder. And the small ring of neighbors around the shrine answers on the right pitch without sending pride into the rafters. Paeans to Apollo have lived in Greek throats since long before this square had opinions. They opened festivals, soothed crowds, and turned decisions into a chore shared by lungs. The melody you taught the village sits comfortably inside this older habit, like a younger cousin who knows which chair belongs to which elder and doesn't test it. When the final enough note lands, the laurel leaves hold still for a heartbeat and then return to being leaves. Behind your ribs, a measured hush presents itself as the correct final offering. You rest your palm on the soundboard, not to claim it, only to thank the wood for refusing to demand applause every time it told people what to do kindly. The priest, to his credit, resists the temptation to pronounce anything. He simply looks at the door lintel, at the teens by the chalk, at the cracked cup bell napping like a champion after a long season, and lets his face arrange itself into a sentence that says, "Good." That one word, spoken or not, is the most accurate theology the square will need this week. Toward the spring, the first drawers gather without testing the line for weak spots, and the fig pebble, shiny now with many mornings, makes its deliberate rounds in fingers that will not drop it unless comedy asks nicely. Names braid through the first verse, then soften into neighbor, and the prelude does its small job so well that it becomes invisible. A cousin grins toward the shrine, not to worship, just to show the god that his village likes being tuned. The lyre watches like a retired master who enjoys seeing apprentices forget to need him. Afterwards, the priest steps closer and speaks the quiet logistics that make rituals durable. He promises to oil the yoke once a week, to loosen the strings when the air feels like a kiln, to ask the scribe to write down who keeps the plectrum pouch so that responsibility doesn't spend nights making people nervous. He asks the teenagers to teach the prelude to the youngest so the tune never has to be written on a wall to be remembered. He does not ask you to stay. That absence lands as the gentlest permission you can imagine. Coastlines begin their slow, professional work of turning gold under the growing light, and the road west unties itself from the village like a patient knot. Bread gets wrapped, waterskin checked, the wax tablet stowed. Farewells arrive without confetti. A hand on your shoulder that doesn't squeeze. A nod from a woman who used to arrive at the queue ready to duel with jars and now arrives ready to gossip about bread. A wink from the scribe who promises to carve a tiny kithera next to the little lyre if a touring professional ever wrong notes in the square and gets forgiven anyway. No one says, "Don't go." The refrain makes that sentence unnecessary. Past the boundary stone, which enjoys a last friendly pat and declines, once again to move. Your sandals find the dusty seam of the road. Birds audition for narrator in the hedges and fail endearingly. The sea keeps the horizon moored in blue, and the hillside begins to rehearse its later, louder chorus of cicadas. Behind you the square recedes into the comfortable size of a memory you can hold without pinching it. In front of you the track bends toward a cut in the hill where time becomes rumor and rumor becomes wind. Finally curiosity turns you around at the ridge, because departures like to be witnessed by the places they just occurred to. The village at this distance looks like a thoughtfully arranged sentence. The shrine a comma, the lintel a headline no one needs to shout, the spring a verb that keeps its promise, the quay a patient clause, the hill a dependable subject. A dot of red where the letters live catches the first proper sun. And even from here you can imagine fingers touching the words with the tenderness normally reserved for babies and new bread. Miles later, when the road leaves the smell of the bay and tries a new vocabulary. Pine resin, chalk dust, sheep, the melody follows in the quiet way a good habit travels. Not as a tune you hum on purpose, but as a pace that refuses to be rude. You use it to decide how to climb a slope without quarreling with ankles, how to share a narrow path with a donkey who has not read the lintel, how to time sips so water doesn't sulk in a hot mouth. The refrain has opinions about rest stops and they are sound. 1 breath longer than pride wants, 2 breaths longer than hurry thinks it can stand, and then the next step with a face that understands grammar. Last glances back belong to a traveler who is ready to be briefly unneeded. A boat cuts the mirror of morning and leaves a sentence of ripples headed for the quay where the cracked cup bell naps. A lane near the council house opens and closes like the mouth of a person who is dreaming of telling you something and forgets, happily, what it was. The god in the shrine receives a new sprig of bay from a neighbor's hand, and the laurel answers by smelling like a memory your clothes will carry longer than you deserve. The road ahead does not promise anything. It only makes room. Roadside stones compile their own museum of small facts for the miles that remain. One, shaped like a loaf, persuades you to break bread now rather than later. Another, laced with quartz, throws small glances of sunlight into your eyes and calls it data. A shepherd you don't know shows how his flock flows around a thorn bush without argument when he hums a home note patiently. He doesn't know he is quoting your village, and you don't tell him. Somewhere a child whistles too short, one long to a dog who pretends not to understand and obeys anyway. Somewhere else a woman touches a door lintel with no words carved on it and remembers to be patient anyway. Threaded through all of it is the simplest historical knowledge good mornings can carry. That people for a long time have opened days with gestures that kept fear small and cooperation large. Paeans at temples, libations at thresholds, calendars braided to stars, laws made visible to eyes and musical to throats. Whether the gas beneath Delphi ever made the Pythia dreamy, or whether incense and attention did the trick, whether heralds were first to sing decrees or poets trained them to, whether a particular cove invented its own version of the refrain before or after you came, historians are still debating this question. The road doesn't mind unresolved debates. It minds uncourteous feet. Hills fold and unfold until a new cove appears with boats that paint their eyes differently. and you recognize that you may have another story to tell if someone looks at you the way this village did on its simmering first night. But the lyre waits now in wood and laurel back where it belongs. Not because you couldn't carry it, but because instruments also deserve to be local. A tune in your pocket makes fewer demands than a shell on your shoulder, and the god, if asked, would prefer you arrive somewhere with empty hands and a pulse that sounds like a small council behaving. Somewhere around midday, a pathside stone offers its flatness to a traveler who has finally earned sitting. The waterskin confesses it is a genius. The bread admits it wasn't ready to be brilliant when you packed it and has improved in transit. A fly attempts to write its name on your cheek and fails because letters learned to stay above the door this week. You rest with the appropriate laziness of a person who has just become less necessary and more useful. That, the road suggests, is why it keeps existing. Toward afternoon, a small farm appears, vines practicing the patience of olives, a wellhead wearing the kind of rope that knows its job. If somebody there asks about cues and songs, the melody will volunteer without showing off. If nobody asks, your silence will be a different kind of help. The fountain back in your square will keep copying the sky and teaching neighbors how to schedule breath. The law will remain a sentence low enough for children to read without climbing. The fig pebble will enjoy the job security of being adorable. The priest will oil the yoke on the appointed day and call it theology only when company is in town. Evening eventually sets up its little theater on a hill far from the cove that taught you how to hand off glory. And the first cold star turns on with the exact efficiency of a person lighting a lamp who doesn't want applause. Camp Smoke elsewhere writes a line about dinner you are not invited to and do not miss. The refrain chooses a place just behind your sternum and lies down. The road, old and amused, trims your shadow into a sentence the moon can read. Breathing slows the way the sea slows when wind leaves its shoulders. Lanterns you cannot see lift their small suns in doorways you can imagine. And the square with its red-letter lintel glows in that steady way rooms glow when people have decided not to argue about what time it is. Somewhere a child practices the too short, one long clap under a blanket. Somewhere an uncle turns the last page of worry and lets it fall closed. Somewhere the cracked cup bell, perfect and ridiculous, sleeps without dreaming of emergencies. A breeze carries time across a sill and remembers you kindly. The home note rests where it belongs, not under your thumb, but in the space between inhale and exhale, the small porch where tomorrow sits down to tie its sandals. Stars do their old, polite work of being dependable, and paths fold their corners so feet can find morning without thinking. If you listen closely enough to the quiet, you can almost hear the village choosing sleep like a refrain that lands on enough. Let words grow longer, let edges round themselves, let lids weigh more than questions. The tune follows at an honest distance, asking nothing, promising only to arrive if called. Rest meets you as if you named it first, and the road, which knows how to whisper, leans close and says the only sentence that matters now. Good night.